Haji Ali Al-Ta'i, Suhair Al-Ta'i, Haj Subairi, and inshallah all of the mu'mineen and mu'minat. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. صلوا على محمد وآل محمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. Brothers and sisters, we now are coming to somewhat of an end of our discourse. We have covered, alhamdulillah, more than half of the themes of the Furu'id-Din. We covered Salah, we covered Siyam, we covered Hajj and Jihad. Now we move on to, I would say, a very interesting juncture, which is that of Khums and Zakat. When we look at Khums and Zakat, we see this on the face value and on the apparent value as something that's very binary and something that's very basic, correct? How difficult is it? You get out money and you give it to charity. However, the purpose of this series was what? In order to reconnect us to the ask so that we understand the purpose of the things that we're actually doing. We understand the reasonings behind the a'mal that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given to us so that we can further develop within inside our pursuit of it. So when it specifically comes to this mawdu' of zakat and khums, it's underpinned by a much larger subject. And that larger subject is one of the, we would say, essential usul-ud-din. Remind me, brothers and sisters, what were the usul-ud-din? The first was tawheed, the next was adala. This is the mawdu' that underpins the entirety of zakat and khums. When we speak about adala, respected brothers and sisters, and when we speak about justice, I ask you the question, why have the Shi'as deemed adala to be so important that they extracted it as a separate usul? Correct? If you look at the usul al-din of the remainder of our brothers and sisters in the religion, it's just tawheed, nubuwah, qiyamah. So of course, in addition to imamah, the Shi'as have also added adala to this instance. What makes adala so important as a sifa? What makes adala so important as a characteristic trait? What makes adala so important as an essence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as an attribute of Him, that we need to now separate it and now learn from it? The answer to this question is the answer to what the batin of zakat and khums truly is. When looking at justice, we need to look at many things, correct? If I ask you, how would you define justice? You would say that it's a very multifaceted definition, correct? It's not just, for example, political arenas, it's not just economical arenas. We would say in our lives we try to exercise justice. In our lives we try to exercise what is right and we try to stay away from what is wrong. So when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's name of the adl aspect of His name is being brought out, we see here that this is something that we really need to take a deep dive into. So in the religion of Islam, divine justice is very closely linked to Tawheed. Inextricable link between the two. Tawheed and Adala are 2 points that can't be separated. Of course, none of them can be. However, there's a relationship between these two that does end up very interesting. So if we believe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is just, then we also need to believe that He would give decree to a just political system. We also say that He would give decree to a just economical system. We also would say that the political systems and everything that we see on a societal level should be out of adala, correct? Now that being said, that is why we need to have a just society to maintain what? To maintain the justice of all individuals. If I am saying everybody in this room is entitled to the same rights, the only way that can be enforced and the only way that can be implemented is if we have a just system in order to propagate that, correct? So if we have a just system in order to propagate that, we are now seeing that the theme of justice is something that is looming very large in the religion of Islam. Very large in the religion of Islam, correct? When we look at Adala, when we look at what Imam Hussein stood for, when we look at what all the Ma'sumin stood for, there was an overarching theme of justice. There was an overarching theme of Adala. We need to keep this at the forefront of our minds when we actually look upon even far'i matters such as zakat and khums. So what's the relation between justice and zakat and khums? What's the relation between divine justice and zakat and khums? In order for us to understand this, brothers and sisters, I'm going to take a bit more of a deeper dive into what divine justice entails. And once we come out of the latter end of that, we will then understand what the link is with divine justice and zakat and khums. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. So we have now seen that the purpose of the Anbiya and the purpose of the Ma'soom was singular. To establish justice on earth, correct? Establishing justice on earth is the purpose of the entire enterprise. 124,000 prophets. How many saints, how many people came after? Bearing all of this in mind, we say that Islam is very much a religion of justice. However, can we truly say this, brothers and sisters? Can we truly say Islam or any religion or a God can be just? Because we live in the Western world, correct? And living in the Western world, we are faced with many confrontations. What's the first one? You say that your God is just, X amount of people just died in a tsunami. That's a pretty good reason. You say that your God is just, this child just died of bone cancer. That's a very compelling reason. You say that your God is just, but this individual just died in something that had nothing to do with them. So now where is the adala coming to play? Either your God is just and these things shouldn't be happening, or he isn't just and these things are going into play. So now how do we liaise the relationships between these two? How do we justify the evil in the world, brothers and sisters? That's what we need to try and answer. The evil that we are currently seeing in the world, how can we liaise that with a just God? Because that's a very, very pertinent question. How? Either the God is not just and evil can exist, or he is just and evil should not exist. So why do we live in this world full of calamity and disaster, full of peril, full of pain and full of grief? We live in this world and we say at the same hand God is just. So where is the justice here? If I have not done anything wrong, if I have not partaken in anything that makes me responsible for the grief that I am getting, what kind of justice is this, brothers and sisters? Correct? If I commit a crime and I get sentenced to jail, that's justice. Correct? If I didn't commit a crime and I still get sentenced to jail, is that justice? If we understand that this isn't justice, then how do we justify the evils in the world? How do we justify the calamities? How do we justify the tsunamis? How do we justify the earthquakes? How do we justify the evil that we have absolutely no part to play in? No part to play in, but nonetheless it exists, doesn't it? So now we need to answer this question before we move on to zakat and khums, yes? If we are going to claim that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is just, and we are going to claim that he is adil, then how do we now understand this in the wider context of the world? So as I mentioned, whenever, for example, I would have debates and discussions with atheists, or for example, with an individual or cohort who don't believe in God, they may be agnostics, the first thing is that they criticize God for the existence of evil. This is the 101 atheist argument, correct? Your God can't be just, there is evil in the world. So now we need to answer this question for ourselves. It's kind of got a point, hasn't he? Or hasn't she? If we do have evil in the world, how can we justify God's adala? And if we can, we must find the answers in the Quran and the Ahlul Bayt. So the first point that I would like us to really understand here and drive home is that when we look at justice, we look at justice through a very small lens, correct? We look at the situation around us and we say that due to the situation and the circumstance, this is something that is unfair. Have you come across this in your own life? You think something is inherently unfair because you didn't have the ilm of another factor. When you gain the ilm of that second factor, then you're like, oh no, this makes sense. It's not injustice. So when we look at the tools that shaitan and the shayateen use to deceive us, the tool of deception that is used in this instance is using the same ruler for everything, correct? Shaitan uses the same scale. This individual has wealth and you don't. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is unjust. This individual has health and you don't. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is unjust. This individual has this and you don't. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, a'udhu billah, is unjust. So the first point I really want us to drive home is that perspective is very important. When we see why there is evil, or rather when we think what is evil, might not necessarily be the case because simply our subjective judgment does not allow for further understanding. And we can see this very clearly in the story of Prophet Yusuf, correct? Brothers and sisters, take the final chapter out of the story of Prophet Yusuf. Take that chapter out, where he becomes the emperor and so on and so forth. Up until that point, would you not say that the God of Yusuf is the most unjust God? An individual who did absolutely nothing but good in his life. He was sold into slavery, beaten by his brothers, accused of something he didn't do, spent time in prison. It was just bad luck upon bad luck upon bad luck. So an individual who didn't see the end of Prophet Yusuf's life, what would they say? They would say that the God of Yusuf is someone who doesn't look after him. The God of Yusuf is someone who is unjust. However, when we see the final chapter, and when we see the final part of the story of Yusuf, what do we say? Oh, it makes sense. It was all leading to this point. The adala is now complete. So when we look at things from a juz'i perspective, and we look at things from a specific perspective, this is a very dangerous argument. And if we understand that we are limited beings, correct? If we understand that we don't have total knowledge, then how can we claim something in the total sense is just or unjust? How can we claim something in the total sense is something that is against the realms of justice? Either we claim that we have total ilm. If you do, then you would know what's right and what's wrong. But we don't claim this. We all claim that we don't have total knowledge. And if we don't have total knowledge, brothers and sisters, how can we claim that something is just or unjust? How can we not claim Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala must have done this for a reason? There must be some hikmah in this. There must be some knowledge in this. There must be some reasoning for this calamity that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wanted me to partake in, correct? Because this life isn't something that happened by chance, correct? This life isn't something that happened by some sort of accident. We weren't thrown in here and now we are supposed to happen to work it out. Absolutely not. Every single aspect of our lives has been tailor-made to give us the highest possibility of attaining the highest degree of perfection. Every single thing. Whether we were created as a male, whether we were created as female. Our soul was tailor-made in one of these bodies because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knew that one of them would lead us to a higher degree of kamal. In what family, in what state, in what country, all of these, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala puts us in this context because this is the highest possibility and chance we have to attain kamal, correct? Even if we look at an individual like Fir'aun. Looking at Fir'aun, an individual says that this individual, absolutely not. What did the ulama say? They said, this Fir'aun that we had was the best possible Fir'aun that we could have had. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave this individual every opportunity. Put him in a certain family. Either he could use his wealth for good, or he could have used it for evil. Put him in a certain state and put him in a certain mind. His own nafs took him to another direction. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him every single opportunity for him to attain the highest degree of perfections. So our lives are tailor-made, brothers and sisters. Our lives are specially designed machines to help us attain the highest degree of the truth, to help us get closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. None of this is by accident, and none of this is by chance. Everything is meticulously planned in order for us, if we choose, to attain that highest degree of kamal. Everything. We say that in the books of the scholars, we say that there is not the blinking of an eye that happens without Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wanting you to see that happen. There is no aspect of human life and there's no aspect of human existence that is random to that degree that this has no hikmah upon myself. So when a difficulty and a calamity falls upon me and I start complaining and I start saying that for goodness sake, this God is unjust, He has taken this away from me, taken that away from me, you don't think this is an opportunity for you to grow? You don't think this is an opportunity Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave you to flourish, to get closer to Him? We forget our purpose, which is tranquility. We forget our purpose, which is to get close to perfection. We forget our purpose, which is to get closer to God, so that when we lose these transient things, we now become depressed. However, if someone loses something transient and they individual who is complacent, they forget about their purpose. Yes? An individual who is complacent, they forget about their goal. The analogy I use is if someone is driving a car, correct? And the road is straight and there's no speed humps, there's no cameras and there's no distractions. What's going to happen? You're going to get tired. You're going to get fatigued. You're going to make mistakes, correct? However, when we put speed humps and we put cameras and we put boards and we put things to bring your attention back into line, your attention is focused and you keep on driving. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala puts these things in our lives so that we don't forget our purpose. We veer off the track. And then when something befalls us, we bring ourselves back on the line. And we've all been through this. If anyone's lost a loved one, if anyone's lost a family member, you must have the day before been going through your normal life. And then suddenly it hits you that, wait, what on earth am I doing with my life? Correct? So this is an aligning mechanism for us to actually understand what our purpose is and how we can actually move forward. And the conclusion of this point of divine justice, before we link it to zakat and khums, is on this notion. That in the Holy Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala teaches this to us. Yourselves know this story better than I, yes? But for the interest of those who haven't heard it, I will go through it, inshallah, step by step. And this is the story of Musa and Khidr. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala. To make a long story short, in the Holy Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala goes to Prophet Musa. He goes to him and he said that I would like you to learn from this individual. To a Nabi, he's saying, I would like you to learn from this individual. So Prophet Musa goes to an individual and he turns out his name is Khidr. He goes to him and he says that I have been commanded by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to learn from you. What's the natural response when someone comes to learn from you? For example, yourselves all have your areas of expertise. If I come to you and say, can I learn from you? What would you say? Of course, right? Come take a seat, we'll go through it. What did Khidr say? Absolutely not. Yes? He said, you do not have the patience to stay with me. You do not have the patience to learn from me. So please go back from where you came. I will continue my duty. Prophet Musa said, no, I've been commanded by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I really have no say in the matter. So I do ask you very politely, please can I learn from you? He said, you can learn from me on one condition. He said, what? You do not question what I do. You do not question what I do at all. He said, okay. So the first step of the journey, Khidr and Prophet Musa, they went forward and they saw an individual. When they saw this individual, they saw that there was boats behind them and there was an island in the distance. So the first thing Khidr did, he went inside the boat and what did he do? He got a very big knife and he cut a hole at the bottom of the boat. Prophet Musa is very naturally at this point in time saying that, what on earth do you think you're doing? Right? This is something that doesn't belong to you. You're now vandalizing it and this is now going to be problematic for the individual. What did Khidr respond with? I told you not to question my actions. They move on to the second of the third junctures. And at this point in time, they see a young boy and he is running. This young boy, when he is running and he approaches the area where Musa and Khidr are, what does Khidr do? He gets out a knife and he takes his life. Musa very understandably at this point in time is saying, what on earth is going on? This boy did nothing and you are taking his life. This is something that is entirely unjust. This is something outside of Adala. This is something that is not part of the religion of Islam. I've been told to learn from you. You're causing nothing but mischief. What did Khidr say at this point in time? I told you not to question my actions. They move on to the final point. And they enter this area. And when they entered the area, they asked for some food because they were quite hungry. The villagers refused. So upon leaving the village, they saw that one of the walls in the village were broken. So Khidr at this point in time, he got all the raw materials from his own expense and started rebuilding the wall. Musa was like, wait, they didn't show us any hospitality. You could have got paid for this work and you built it anyway. What's the reasoning behind this? He said, for the last and final time, I told you not to question my actions. They now leave. And before they separate, Khidr said to Prophet Musa, I will now leave. However, I will tell you the reasonings behind my actions. Action number one, I cut a hole at the bottom of this boat because this individual was about to put all of their wealth in this boat. This boat was about to go to that island. And that island has a tyrannical king who takes all of the wealth of the individuals who get there. So I wanted this individual to take this wealth, take it back to their family so they could actually use it. I said, okay, that's a fair justification, but what about the boy? You just killed him. There was no possible justification for that. They said this boy had just left the folds of Islam, left the folds of Tawheed. And this boy was now becoming a facade for himself and a facade for his family. So I took his life so that his parents may get the opportunity for salih children in the future. And I took his life so that he may get the opportunity for salvation in the akhirah. If he stays here and continues sinning, the salvation chance becomes very low. However, if this decree is now taking place, then there is a possibility of salvation in the akhirah. I'll keep it at war. What possible reason is there for doing what you did? He said, underneath the ground here, there was gold. And this gold was left behind by a father. And that father just recently passed away. So I wanted to build this wall so that when the orphans come of age, their wealth is protected and they can go and actually use what is left behind. At this point, the story now ends in the Quran, and the moral of the story is this. When we question calamities and things and disasters that happen to us in our lives, we only question it from a lack of knowledge. And we only question it from a lack of ilm. If we had the knowledge of the entire picture, we would say, but of course, this is the only thing that I needed. This is the best thing that has been done for me. And this is the thing that's going to get me closer to God. But because we have a very limited vision, and we can look at life through a keyhole, when we look at life through a keyhole, we say that this is very unjust because I didn't do this. But if you open the door and now you have the entire view in front of you, then you see, oh, the reason this happened is because this third factor was coming into play. Or the fourth factor was coming into play, so on and so forth. So when looking at the matter of divine justice, we see very clearly that absolute evil is something that we deny as a notion entirely. Your subjective definition of evil is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's opportunity to help us grow, correct? And I'm not talking again about the free will of us. If, for example, an individual who has free will exercises evil, this is not Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala telling him to exercise evil. This is them out of their free will failing in the jihad al-akbar. However, the circumstances out of your control around you, they're the instances that I'm talking about. How do you react to the scenario rather than letting the scenario react to you? Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And my point is this. Death would be unjust if it wasn't promised, right? For example, how many people died in a tsunami? How many people died in an earthquake? How many people are dying here and how many people are dying there? We need to address the injustice. If an injustice is happening, for example, in Palestine right now, we don't say, oh, this is God's decree, we need to roll over and move forward. Absolutely not, right? Justice needs to be established. But I'm talking about particularly on the case of death, right? I would say that these individuals, they would have a case to say that their death is unjust if death wasn't promised. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, is death promised or not? The only thing that's promised to us is death. The only thing that's promised to us is death. Most verily, each soul will taste death. Correct? So when we say that every soul will taste death, why are we now in such a frantic haze in this point in time and in this moment where, oh, I might die this way or I might die that way? It's promised. It's guaranteed. It's going to happen. However, what my responsibility is to make sure that I'm prepared for when that time comes. As the example I used yesterday, a warrior, someone who is prepared, is an individual who doesn't wait for a certain event to happen and then they move forward. They are prepared at any moment's notice. Because we, in this journey of life, we are simply travelers, right? How many times do we hear this? We're travelers. However, do we actually take this into consideration? Think of it as a train. When you get on the train, you enter on a stop. And you know you're getting off at a destination, correct? You know 100% you're getting off at a destination. So while you're in that train, you now develop emotional attachments to the things around you. When you're in the tube, the seat that you're sitting on, you say, I love this seat so much, and I'm just going to stay on the seat forever. No. The material things around you, the things that are going on, what are you doing? You're not really taking them into consideration because you know that you're only sitting here, you're using it for a while, and then you need to go to your destination. When we're in life, we spend our entire lives building material attachments, attachment to worldly gains, and then at the end of the day, when the destination comes, we're not truly ready. Coming back to the train analogy, what are we doing for the entirety of the time? We're ready to get off when our stop comes, correct? It's not that we're sitting and we're doing nothing and then all of a sudden when the stop comes we go crazy, unless you were sleeping in the tube, right? In that moment, we are prepared from the moment we sit, we know that we're going to get off at a certain point. So if we're going to sit and get off at a certain point and that getting off at the certain point is guaranteed, why do we now question the getting off or the manner of the getting off? I got off in this way or I got off in that way, I got off in one foot or I got off walking backwards. Why do we question the manner of getting off? The manner of getting off and the manner of death is something that is entirely irrelevant. The thing that's promised to us is that it will happen. And the reason why it will happen and the reason why it's a necessity is because, brothers and sisters, without death, there would be no purpose. Without death, there would be no goals. Without death, there would be no movement. Without death, we will be stagnant. And that's something I promise you. I promise you this. If we didn't have death, there would be no movement towards perfection whatsoever. All of us have been through examinations of some form or another, correct? Why are examinations so effective? You're given a date. At this date, you need to be ready, correct? When that date comes, then you make sure you're prepared. However, if you didn't have a date, and the teacher said if you want to study, study. If you don't, don't. Are we going to be moving in any direction? Are we going to be making any serious progress? Are we going to be actually focusing our efforts? Absolutely not. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave this to us as a gift, correct? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave this as a point that we can focus upon, that we are moving in this direction, so I need to make sure that I perfect myself before I can actually get there. We have a tradition from Amir al-Mu'mineen, Ali ibn Abi Talib, salawat ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad, where he states that justice is placing everything in its appropriate place. The best definition I've ever heard for justice. Justice is placing everything in its appropriate place. We're not talking about equality, this ridiculous notion of justice, correct? That equality is the correct notion for justice. You have not spent 7 minutes in serious thought in your entire life, if that's the conclusion that you come to. If we look at the Imam's definition of what justice actually is, balance, then we see balance of all things is what we need to take into consideration. Balance of human rights, balance of human affairs, balance of human and balance of the wealth around us. So understanding that justice is putting everything in its appropriate place, justice is putting everything in its appropriate spots, then we move very easily and smoothly into our mawdu' of today, which is that of zakat and khums. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has legislated justice on a social level and on a personal level. So when we see the inequities around us, brothers and sisters, we see that the inequities that we see around us need to be addressed by the religion of Islam. And if they're not, then we have an inefficient system, correct? If you look at communism, if you look at capitalism, if you look at socialism, we will say all of them have some degree of wealth management, correct? Of how to address the people who are less fortunate in society. So if Islam doesn't address this, then we would say it's an imperfect system. However, alhamdulillah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He has given us the system of zakat and He has given us the system of khums. And looking at the system of zakat and looking at the system of khums, we can say that this now establishes the justice that we have. Because currently, what do we see? We see massive wealth inequalities. The wealth inequalities that we see are absolutely astronomical. We see that only a few percent of people in the world own 70% of the wealth. And we see that 2.7% are entirely wealthy in this instant. However, if we look at the remainder of society, they are not living in actual ease. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in attempts to equalize the system, He has now introduced zakat and He has introduced khums. And zakat and khums, they have a social dimension, of course, which we will discuss briefly. However, the purpose of this series is what? To reconnect us to the inner essence of the a'mal. So what's the personal dimension of it? That's the question we need to understand. Me taking my card out and tapping it, me giving money, what's the personal development and what's the personal kamal I get from actually giving khums? What do I need to bear in mind and what is my batini development when I actually develop in this certain sphere? So that being said, we see that khums itself, Arabic, the semantically from, of course, khams, and it means 1/5. Well, you need to give 1/5 of your wealth in a certain prescribed manner. Zakat, the same thing. A different percentage, a lesser percentage, but nonetheless is on different items. I won't go into the ahkam of zakat and khums right now because it's beyond the scope of today's discussion. More pertinently, I want us to understand, what does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala want us to gain? That's the question, is it not? What does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala want us to learn? What does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala want us to understand by practicing and involving ourselves in this, we would say, act of giving khums or giving zakat, and the utter importance of it? We see the importance of these things negated. Why? Because we don't understand the dala'il behind it. So, for example, giving money, it doesn't matter. However, when you understand the actual reasonings why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has prescribed this treatment for you, we see very clearly that there is a reason behind it. Brothers, inshallah, if all of us can just, with a loud salawat, move one step forward, that would be brilliant. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala. Ahsantum. We need to make space at the back, so fantastic. Ahsantum. This is Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Ajib. is more intimate, isn't it? So continuing with our discussion, khums and zakat itself. And we can add sadaqah to this charity too, this manner too, right? These 2, 3 things. What is it about them that I actually need to gain lesson from? Because it can't just simply be giving money. There has to be a reason of giving that money, correct? As I said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the best of all pharmacists, correct? He knows your illness and He knows how to diagnose it. And one of the treatments that He has given us is, of course, salah and siyam, of course, hajj and jihad, however, zakat and khums as well. However, what particular illnesses is it targeting? What particular illnesses is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala trying to avail by legislating this action upon us? By legislating this amal upon us? I boiled it down to 3. There are 3 major illnesses of the soul. There are 3 major illnesses of the nafs that I believe if we practice khums and zakat in the correct manner, it will be annihilated entirely. The first is attachment to worldly goods. The second is selfishness. And the third is greed. So now, inshallah, to conclude our talk, as I have run out of time, we will now go through each one and then, inshallah, wrap up our discussion for the day. First and foremost, attachment to worldly things. Attachment to worldly things, everyone in this room knows that this is something that's not good. And it's something that's not positive. However, we still find ourselves attached to worldly things, do we not? We buy a watch that's very nice and it's difficult for us to give it away. We buy a ring that's very good and we find it difficult to give it away. We buy a very expensive jacket and then we say that, oh, we can't give this to anyone. Why? Because I like it, I enjoy it, I need it, correct? That's how we justify it to ourselves. So all of us know that attachment to worldly goods is something that's dangerous. And all of us know that attachment to worldly goods is something that takes us further away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But how does khums take me outside of that loop? How does zakat take me outside of that loop? How does sadaqah take me outside of that loop? In this following manner. When we look at attachment, brothers and sisters, attachment is a very normal and fundamental human instinct, is it not? We become attached to things. We become attached to our family members. We become attached to our friends. We become attached to our things. So when we look at the nature of attachment, this isn't something that's wrong. Attachment is a part of our fitrah. We need attachment. And we are attachment, correct? However, what are we attaching ourselves to? That's where the rerouting occurs. So when we look at things that we attach ourselves to, whether it's a car, or whether it's a house, or whether it's our clothes, or whether it's our ornaments or garments, anything that it may be, the reason Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has so much emphasis on the fact that we should not attach ourselves to these things is why? It's for the reason that number 1, they are temporary, and number 2, they are finite. This is the reason that we need to stay away from all that is material. This is the reason that we shouldn't build attachments to these things, because they are temporary and they are finite. If you build an attachment to something that is temporary, if you build an attachment to something that is finite, what is the end result of this? Sadness. What's the end result of this? Despair. So the reason we feel this despair on a daily basis, brothers and sisters, is because we have attached ourselves to things that are temporary and finite. We have attached ourselves to things that doesn't have sustainability. Correct? For example, if someone has a pet and you're incredibly attached to that pet, correct? Incredibly attached to it. Cats, definitely not dogs, inshallah. Goldfishes, so on and so forth. You're attached to these things. After the cat passes away or after the fish passes away, what happens? There's a real sense of grief. Grief in its correct context is fine. However, despair coming out of attachment to material things, this is something that is entirely nonsensical. None of us want to feel despair, right? None of us here are saying, yeah, actually despair is for me. And the only solution is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us the prescription that taking ourselves away from attachment to the temporary, taking ourselves away from the attachment to the finite is something that's going to give you sustainable truth and sustainable happiness, so to speak. And happiness, as we know, is not something that we desire. And happiness is something that we actually try to superficially create. So the imaginary happiness that materialism tries to drive into is what actually drives us into misery, right? And bear emphasis upon the words, the imaginary happiness. When you buy something new and when you buy something nice, there is happiness, let's be honest, right? However, we need to understand that this happiness is imaginary and this happiness is temporary. Why? Because the thing that we have attached this happiness to is logic, right? It's common sense. If you attach yourself to something that is temporary, and if you attach yourself to something that is finite, is there sustainability within inside this? No. So if we understand that there's no sustainability within inside this, why do we keep on falling within inside these circles and wonder why we don't feel great? And wonder why we don't feel satisfied? And wonder why we don't feel closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala when we are steeped within the temporary and the finite? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying that attachment is fine. Attachment is great. However, logically, would you want to attach yourself to something that is temporary or finite, or infinite and eternal? What's more sustainable? As a business decision, brothers and sisters, do you want to attach yourself to something that is temporary or finite? Or eternal, that never ends, infinite? Which one would we actually go for? There is not an individual in this room who would not choose the latter. There is not an individual in this room who wouldn't. So now that we can logically rationalize why we need to stay away from all that is material and the attachments that we have, we can see the ahadith and the riwayat, for example, from Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali ibn Abi Talib, salawat ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad, from himself and many of the ma'sumin, where it says, حُبِّ الدُّنْيَا رَأْسُ كُلُّ خَطِيئَةٍ. Correct? The love for the dunya is the head of all evil. Why? Because we are tying ourselves down to a temporary source of happiness. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, simply reroute it. Simply move it in a more permanent direction. Sustainable source of energy, rather than this short term of happiness that you are trying to move for. So when we look at these pockets of happiness, when we buy something, we're happy. This is the attachment that we're speaking about. That we have now attached our happiness to something that's finite. We've attached it to something that's temporary. And if something has happened to it, we are now upset. Correct? If we crash our car, if something bad happens, inshallah, if everyone stays safe, there shouldn't be a state of, oh my God, my car is crashed now. Despair, misery. Allahu a'lam. Allahu a'lam. And we've seen the ulama in their examples of this. The most major calamity falls upon them. Just like, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, they get on with their day. Because they don't have attachments to the things. They own the things and the things don't own them. And this is the best measure for us to actually understand, to see if we own the things or if the things own us. If we can easily give our possessions away, that is the best given factor, that is the litmus test of seeing if you have an attachment to your things or if your things own you. If you can easily give it away, you don't have attachment, correct? If you can easily give it away, then you know that this is not something that you are emotionally invested in. However, you're like, no, I like this, I need this. This is the thing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying is the hubb dunya. And this is the thing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying is the root of material attachment. So the reason we are taught about staying away from the accumulation of wealth is that it becomes difficult to then to give it away, correct? No one's saying don't produce wealth. The Ma'sumin were very clear on this. You need to be the producer of wealth. However, don't spend it all upon yourself, is the point that we're trying to make, right? The more we get things, the more we become attached to them. The more we become attached to them, the more difficult it is to give away. So when we reduce our lifestyle, and now we don't have much, and then someone asks it, you say, yeah, that's fine, there's no problem. However, when we have very big, very large, very expensive things that we find difficult to give away, that is the thing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying is keeping you away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself and God and the essence of truth. Now, we spoke about attachment and we spoke about temporary things. However, I said that there are 3 diseases that khums and zakat target, right? So the first is attachment to material things. We move forward from this. From that, onto the topic of selfishness. When looking at selfishness, what does zakat and khums got to do with alleviating that selfishness? What has zakat and khums got to do with actually pulling that selfishness away? When we look at selfishness, we understand that it comes from the Arabic word shuhha, correct? And when we look at that, we see that it's intrinsically linked to selfishness and stinginess. These are 2 words that come out of this root. So this root now defines 2 stages, and the 2 stages are stinginess, and the second one is, of course, selfishness. The amount that the religion of Islam speaks about staying away from an individual who is stingy, that speaks about an individual who does not spend their money, an individual who does not spend money on their wife, spend money on their kids, so on and so forth. The amount of ta'keed upon this, we understand the importance of zakat and khums here. Because it states, and there are very, very, very strict, very tond, we would say, traditions that state an individual who is bakhil is an individual who is distant from God. We say, what's stinginess got to do with God? We will see in this instance that there is a very intrinsic relationship. We have a materialist me first mentality, correct? In the modern world, we have this, oh, it's okay for me. I like it. It's great. Don't worry about anyone else. It's just you, correct? We have this materialist, me first mentality, where we say that, oh, it's just about me. So when we say it's just about me, and on the equal note, when we say to someone else, oh, don't worry about anyone else, you just do you, we understand that this instance is something that is the root of selfishness. Because from here, you're not taking into the account the needs and considerations of other people. You're simply saying, I'm the most important part of the story. You're the most important part of this story. Forget the opinions of all others. It's not really important. I'm not saying listen to things that are nonsensical. But if you are doing it's telling you and giving you good advice, that you should stay away from it. And we still partake in it, saying that no, only my opinion matters. That's the root of selfishness. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, in the act of giving khums, and in the act of giving zakat, we alleviate ourselves from this selfishness. We take ourselves away from this self-centricity. And when we take the self-centricity away, we now become part of the ummah again. So the psychological reasoning behind giving the khums, first of all, is to detach ourselves from all that is material and all that is worldly, correct? We are giving the thing that we love the most, money, right? You are giving the thing for the sake of Allah that you love the most. This itself now gets you closer to God. The second point, by me giving money, by me giving zakat, by me giving khums, I'm not talking about the social dimension, I'm talking about the personal dimension. I am alleviating myself of selfishness, which then develops into stinginess. So in actual fact, there's 4 diseases that have been targeted by the virtue of zakat and khums. We conclude upon greed, brothers and sisters. When speaking about greed, we would say that this is definitely an issue that exists, correct? Whenever we think of greed, we almost have a caricature in our mind of a cartoon character who has piles of money behind them and they keep on consuming. However, it's much more nuanced than this, right? When we look at greed and when we look at accumulation of things, can we, don't answer this is between you and God, can we say that we need every single item that we have within inside our house? We need, not want, need. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, keep the things that you need. Do we actually need them? Or is it simply an accumulation? If it's an accumulation, brothers and sisters, this is one of the first signs of greed, correct? That this is something that you are taking excess to requirements. This is something that you are taking excess to what you need. Someone may take, but I'm not taking away from someone else, right? It's not as if there's a pot of food and I'm taking more that I need and the other people are hungry. Of course you are. What happened to haqqun nas? What happened to the rights of the people? What happened to the rights of the individuals around you, of that wealth that you spent? Couldn't you have spent it on other people? Couldn't you have spent it in the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Couldn't you have spent it in, for example, when we look at the divisions of khums and zakat, in the charitable organizations that are running, in all of these institutions that are so successfully propagating the religion of Islam and using the message of Tawheed to better ourselves as an individual? So this issue of greed, particularly, is addressed very, very clearly when you give away 1/5 of your wealth at the end of the year. When you give away that percentage of zakat, when you have accumulated a certain amount. When you do this, there's this purification, right? We constantly hear this. When we read the traditions about zakat and we read the traditions about khums, it's always purification. Give zakat so that you may purify your wealth. Give khums so that you may purify your wealth. Give these things for the way of Allah so that you may purify yourself. What's the purification here? This is the purification here. You alleviate yourself from worldly possessions. You alleviate yourself from the sin of selfishness. And you alleviate yourself from the sin of greed. And the issue with greed is this. You're never satisfied, right? The disease of greed is this. You can never be satisfied. When in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is referring to the highest state of the nafs as nafs al-mutma'inna. An individual who has greed, will they ever be satisfied? Will they ever be satisfied? It's impossible, correct? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is doing this for your own salvation. He's saying that you will, if you have this characteristic trait, even if I gave you all of the wealth of Sulaiman, if I gave you all of the wealth of everyone in the world, you would still want more. You have this illness in your heart. So Allah is saying for your own salvation, I am saying that this characteristic trait of greed needs to be taken out. And when it's taken out, we can then see that this is the thing that was driving us into despair. And this is why we have this distinction between Jannah and Jahannam. We are not going to speak about Jannah and Jahannam and what concepts they actually entail. It's far more complicated and complex than a place with trees and milk and honey and a place with fire and cauldrons, right? However, if we look at why an individual is assigned to heaven and why an individual is assigned to hell, we come back to the former point of justice. If Allah was just, He would put everyone in heaven. That's a good question, no? If Allah was just, everyone would get sent to heaven directly. That's justice, no? first of all, it refutes our definition of justice as putting everything in its right place. However, I am saying that this is not justice for this reason. An individual who has greed in their heart, let me give you the analogy. An individual who has greed in their heart, if everyone in this room is now given a ticket and saying that you were invited to this hotel for a 3-course meal, all of us, right? We're all invited. If everyone is now given a ticket, and there is one individual next to me, and they are also given a ticket, and they are also going to the same place, however, they have greed within inside their heart, they have envy within inside their heart. When they go to the place, are they going to be happy? When they go to the place, are they going to be mutma'in? Even though they're getting all of the bounties, and even though they're getting all of the ni'amat, are they going to be satisfied? They're going to go there and say, fine, I got it, but why did he get it? Fine, I got it, but why are they invited to? Fine, I got it, but why is everyone part of the process? So if an individual like this is put in Jannah with all of the bounties that he has in front of him, is this individual actually going to be living in heaven, or are they actually going to be living in hell? So it's not that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has banished us for hell. And it's not that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling us to stay there. He's saying that you are not competent in order to perceive the ni'amat. That even if you were sent to Jannah, this would be something that is very alien to you. So the whole point of tazkiyatun nafs, and the whole point of purification of the soul, is that when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala places us somewhere, we can actually dark, we can actually interpret, we can actually understand, we can actually appreciate the bounties that are being given to us. And the only thing that's stopping us from this is the veil of sin. That includes envy, that includes greed, that includes selfishness, that includes the attachment to material goods. So we conclude on this tradition by Amir al-Mu'minin Ali ibn Abi Talib, salawatuna Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. Where he states, a greedy person is a captor of humiliation, whose captivity does not cease, subhanallah, right? A greedy person is a captor of humiliation, whose captivity does not cease. It's just endless, right? It's a perpetual cycle, because quite inverse to the attachment to material goods that are finite and temporary. We attach ourselves to things, or rather we are greedy for things. Why? Because the source of that greed is infinity. What do I mean here? The reason we are greedy, the reason why the human has a disposition for greed, is because we by nature are finite beings, correct? What happens to finite beings when you distribute them? They decrease, right? If I have a jug of juice and I pour that juice into a cup, the cup has increased in juice. But what has happened to the jug? It's decreased, correct? So whenever we think of life, and whenever we think of ni'amat, and whenever we think of barakat, that's the mentality. We have this famine mentality that, listen, if I give something, I'm taking something away from myself. If I give something, I am losing something myself. However, the reason we think about this is because we are grounded in the temporary and the finite. However, if we are grounded in the infinite and the eternal, we would understand that by sharing the infinite and the eternal, nothing is decreased. By sharing the infinite and the eternal, nothing is lessened. If I share, nothing's going to decrease from my heart. Rather, it will increase for me and it will increase for him. Think of it as a candle, correct? If you have a candle that has fire, even if you light 1,000 candles with that fire, would the fire of the initial candle decrease? No, right? Because the source of that is sustainable, and the source of that is long. However, the way we deem lives as temporary, finite individuals is that if I give something, something is taken away. But we need to understand that all of this thing that we are speaking about, all of creation that we are arguing over, comes from an infinite entity and from an infinite being. So the sooner we drive that point home, the sooner we will understand that this act of khums and this act of zakat is something that alleviates and purifies our sins to the highest degree possible. So I know I said we will end on a tradition of Amir al-Mu'mineen, but I think we have a very fitting conclusion of a tradition mentioned by the Imam himself, Imam Musa Kadhim, salawatullah Muhammad wa ala Muhammad, Allahumma salli. Where he addresses khums and zakat directly. I finish on this note. He addresses the points of khums and zakat directly, where he states, none shall be unable to undertake this obligation except those whose hearts have been tested for faith. No one. So the individual who does not participate in khums, and the individual who does not participate in zakat, the individuals who do not partake in this, we see the Imam himself saying that you will not be able to partake in it. You do not have the capability or propensity to partake in it until you have been tested, right? Your hearts need to be tested. So the Imam himself is saying that in this instance, those whose hearts have been tested for faith, those whose hearts contain faith, for them it's a very badihi matter, correct? For them it's a very clear matter. For me to maintain this faith, I need to make sure that I dispel greed from my heart. To maintain this faith, I need to make sure that I dispel selfishness from my heart. To maintain this faith, I need to make sure I dispel all notions of material attachment. And then he continues and concludes on this point where the Ma'asum states that khums is the key to your sustenance and the purification of your sins. The same point is being made here. This aspect of purification is directly pointing out the different elements of our nafs. When we look at the book Gunah Kabira, right, the greatest sins, we see the different illnesses of the soul, and that's how we need to address it. These different illnesses that we have them within inside us. If we have a normal illness, we go to the pharmacist and they prescribe us a separate medicine for each illness, correct? It's the same with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We have many illnesses, maybe greed, maybe shirk, maybe whatever. However, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has also in His hikmah, where there is a disease, we have a tradition, there is a treatment for it. So if there is a disease of attachment to material things, selfishness or greed, from here we understand Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us the cure for this in zakat and in khums. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala inshallah grant us all the tawfiq to pay our zakat and our khums in the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala inshallah grant us the tawfiq to be of the sarbaz of Imam Sahib al-Asr wa zaman when the time may come. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala inshallah grant us the tawfiq to succeed in our ultimate endeavor, which is jihad al-akbar. Inshallah tomorrow we will continue with our series on tawalla and tabarra, and the day after we will conclude our series on amr bil ma'ruf and nahy anil munkar. Wa akhir da'wana walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali at-tahirin.
صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم صل على وبها وبالها وبنيها وسر المستودع فيها يا رب الرجاء بحق الحجاج اشف صدر الرجال زغزغ الحجاج. أين إخواني أين إخواني أين إخواني الذين ركبوا الطريق ومضوا على الخط. أمير المؤمنين النهج البلاغة in the sermon 182 of the Peak of Eloquence. Naqvi bin Kalali narrates He stood upon a stone and Kufa. He began to give a khutbah. He began to lament. Who is lamenting, Ya Abul Hassan? He began to lament about his companions, about whom he has lost. He began to cry out, Ayna ikhwani, Ayna ikhwani, Ayna ikhwani alladhina rakabu tariqa wa madu ala al-khair. Ayna What was Amir al-Mu'mineen saying, my brothers and sisters? He would say, where are my brothers? Where are my brothers? Where are my brothers who rode upon the path of truth? And upon it they left. He then began to call out their names. Where is Ammar ibn Yasir? Where is Malik ibn Tayyihan? I read this sermon myself, my brothers and sisters. Read it yourself, you know what it says. Amir al-Mu'mineen grabs his beard and cries out for his companions. Ala ikhwani alladhina talaw al-Qur'an fa'ahkamuh. تلوا القرآن فأحكموه على إخواني الذين وتدبروا الفرد فأقاموا على إخواني الذين أحيوا السنة وأماتوا البدعة دعوا للجهاد فأجابوا ووثقوا بالقائد فانتبهوا. What do you say, Amir al-Mu'mineen? How does he call his companions? Oh, my brothers who recited the Quran, mastered it. Oh, my brothers who performed their duties. Oh, my brothers, when jihad was called upon them and they answered me. Oh, my brothers who called me their master and answered me. Oh, what ghurba you went through, Amir al-Mu'mineen. What loneliness did your master go through, my dear brothers and sisters. Today is the 21st of Ramadan. Look at the ghurba of Amir al-Mu'mineen. He has lost Biqdad, he has lost Salman, he has lost Habib. One by one, his companions killed, exiled for the love of Amir al-Mu'mineen. But there is one name he keeps calling out in the night towards his martyrdom. Zahra, ya Zahra, Ya Fatima to Zahra. Oh, my beloved Fatima, oh, my beloved wife. He calls her name upon his deathbed. Today, Amir al-Mu'mineen is on his deathbed. He is surely remembering Fatima on her deathbed. How Amir al-Mu'mineen buried Fatima in the loneliness of the night. how Hassan and Hussein cried upon the body of their mother Fatima. Tonight is the night. Hassan is by his father, Hussein is by his father, Zainab, Kulthum are by their father. They are crying and lamenting. Look at Amir al-Mu'mineen. The city of Kufa is worried. You know who is worried after the Ahlul Bayt? The orphans are worried about Abul Hassan. Narrations say the orphans asked, what can we do to help Amir al-Mu'mineen? They said nothing can help but perhaps some milk. Narration state a line of orphans stood outside the house of Murtada with milk. Again they lose their father. Tonight we lose our father, dear brothers and sisters. Tonight come to the household of Murtada. Amir al-Mu'mineen is on his deathbed. The Ahlul Bayt surround him. The time comes nearer and nearer. The heavens are calling Amir al-Mu'mineen. Rasulullah is calling Amir al-Mu'mineen. Fatima says, Ali, return home, return home. But there is one thing left. Ali, say your last words to our children. Say your last words to my orphans. They say, Amir al-Mu'mineen said to his children, all my children, please leave besides the children of Fatima to Zahra. Abu Fadl, he was there. They say Abu Fadl, he was upset. He was disappointed that he could not stay with his father. He got up and began to leave the room. Abul Hassan says, Ya Abbas, where are you going? You are amongst the children of Fatima. Ajib, Ajib. He was not born from Fatima. He was from al-Baneen. But he is a gift from Fatima to Amir al-Mu'mineen. Not only Abul Hassan, to who else? Listen to what Amir al-Mu'mineen does next. He grabs the hand of Imam al-Hussein. He grabs the hand of Zainab. He places it in the hands of Abu Fadl. He says, Ya Abbas, I am giving you this amana. Ajib. Usually when there is siblings, the older sibling looks after the younger ones. The older brother or sister looks after the younger ones. But look at Abu Fadl. He gives the hand of Hussein. He gives the hand of Zainab. Come to Karbala, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen. The way you cried out for Ammar, the way you cried out for Malik. You know what narrations say? Imam al-Hussein on the day of Ashura. The wounds weaken your Imam. Abul Hassan, come and look at Karbala. What happened to your son Imam al-Hussein? This amana you gave to Abu Fadl. He fell upon the ground. He began to lean against a spear. You know what he did? He began to look left and right and cry out, Aina Habib, Aina Dhuhair, Aina Wahhab. Where is my Habib? Where is my Zuhair? Where is my Wahhab? Look what he says. Why do you not reply to your beloved when your beloved calls you? And then the eyes of Hussein looks towards the Furat. They look towards the river Euphrates. Oh Allah, how did the heavens bear the cry of Hussein? He said, Aina akhi al-Abal Fadl al-Abbas. Where is my brother Abbas? Where is my brother Abu Fadl? Zainab is watching. She can hear the cries of Hussein. Bear with me, my brothers and sisters. Why do you remember Imam al-Hussein? Zahra, she said, look after Hussein. Ali, he said, look after Hussein. Hassan, he said, look after Hussein. But how did they look after him after the cries of Imam al-Hussein? One would kick Hussein to the ground. One would attack with a spear. One would shoot an arrow. Those who had nothing would throw rocks upon Hussein. Those who had no weapons would put sand in his wounds. And then the moment comes, shiver upon the chest of Hussein. But what does Abu Abdullah say? Does he care about the pain? He does not. He says, shiver, stop. My mother Fatima is watching. Bunayya, Bunayya, qataluka, dhabahuka. Sallallahu alayka ya Mawla. Ya ibna Rasulallah. Sallallahu alayka ya Mawla. Ya Abu Abdullah. Matim Hussein. Ya Hussein. Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein. Brothers, come forward, form two lines for the martyrdom, inshallah, with the loudest of your voices. Do not be shy. Tonight is the eve of martyrdom. Soon we will break open our fast. But imagine the household of Ali tonight with your voices. Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein. Sare aake bolo, sare milke bolo. Ya Hussein. And Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein.
Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Hussein, Ya Hussein, Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein. رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے ہیں زینب کا نام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے ہیں زینب کا نام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے ہیں زینب کا نام مصلی پر رو رو کے رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے ہیں زینب کا نام مصلی پر رو رو کیا یاد علی کو آیا ہے بازار شام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے ہیں زینب کا نام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے ہیں کیا یاد علی کو آیا ہے بازار شام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے ہیں زینب کا نام مصلی پر رو رو خون جاری تھا زخمی سر سے روتے تھے نمازی صف میں کھڑے خون جاری تھا زخمی سر سے روتے تھے نمازی صف میں کھڑے کس طرح حسن نے رو رو کر کی فجر تمام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے ہیں زینب کا خون جاری تھا زخمی سر سے روتے تھے نمازی صف میں کھڑے خون جاری تھا زخمی سر سے روتے تھے نمازی صف میں کھڑے کس طرح حسن نے رو رو کر کی فجر تمام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی کیوں لے زینب کا نام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے زینب کا نام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے زینب کا نام مصلی پر زخمی پہلو جب یاد آیا زخمی پیشانی بھول گیا زخمی پہلو جب یاد آیا زخمی پیشانی بھول گیا زہرا کی مصیبت پر رویا مظلوم امام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے زینب کا نام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے ہیں زخمی پہلو جب یاد آیا زخمی پیشانی بھول گیا زخمی پہلو جب یاد آیا زخمی پیشانی بھول گیا زہرا کی مصیبت پر رویا مظلوم امام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے ہیں زینب کا نام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے ہیں زینب کا نام مصلی پر کیا یاد علی کو آیا ہے بازار شام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے ہیں زینب کا نام مصلی پر رو رو دیوار کعبہ بیٹھ گئی الحمد لہو میں ڈوب گئی دیوار کعبہ بیٹھ گئی الحمد لہو میں ڈوب گئی امت سے ملا ہے مولا کو کیسا یہ نام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے ہیں زینب کا نام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی کیوں لیتے زینب کا نام مصلی پر کیا یاد علی کو آیا ہے بازار شام مصلی پر رو رو کے علی
all your marhumin and marhumat, especially the marhumin and marhumat with the brothers and sisters from MYF Foundation, Elif and Mancom, for all your marhumin and marhumat, especially for your Ammar tonight, recite the Surah Fatiha ma'as salawat. There is 1 or 2 minutes till Adhan. Please, those who do not have wudu, please proceed to do so. And inshallah, the rest of you get ready for salah, inshallah.
Brothers and sisters, turbas are just over there on that side, as well as the green mats. If you can help, roll them out.
I will keep repeating everyone to say salawat once everyone's sat down, we'll stop it. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Brothers at the refreshment table and in the middle of the room, please do seat yourselves. We will be resuming the program now. So inshallah, I'd like to start things off. Sisters at the very back, brothers right in front of me, please do settle down. We will be starting. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'd like to thank the Syed, the reciters, as well for their wonderful reciting, and I'd like to thank the Syed for being here with us for the past couple of days and delivering his lectures. Inshallah, the plan is now for a few announcements, followed by some Quran, followed by the Munajat of Imam Ali alayhi salam, following the Dua Iftitah. After that will be the Amal, and then after that Dua Joshin Kabir, Ziyarat Aminullah, and Dua Abu Hamza Thamali. So inshallah, a very jam-packed, dua-filled night on these holy nights. A few announcements. Firstly, the kids club. If you do feel like your child is going to cause a problem during the night, during the recitations, there's a kid club that you can send your child to, and they'll be accommodated to there so that they don't cause any inconveniences in the hall. As well as this, I said it at the start, but there's more people here now. So there is an art and poetry competition which Elif are running. And the plan is that we have extended the deadline for tomorrow. So it gives everyone a chance to still participate in it. There are entries on that table there. So we are looking for a lot more entries. And obviously the winners will be getting prizes. And I urge you all to at least try. There's different age brackets. There's also a poster about it on the PowerPoint, which I don't think I can get up, but it's all there. As well as that, with the children in the children club, if you're deciding not to put your child in the kids club, please do keep an eye on them. We had an incident yesterday where we saw a child on a treadmill. I know we saw a child literally on a treadmill, took the wrong definition of fasting. So we saw a little kid on a treadmill upstairs. So please do keep an eye out on them, as this could lead to harm, and we really don't want any of that happening. So please do keep an eye on your children. So I'd like to invite Sister Zahra to come and talk to you all about Elif, what it is they do, and just give you all an insight on Elif as an organization. So if we could all settle down so we can listen to what Sister Zahra has to say, and if we can welcome her with the loudest of your salawats. So just before I do invite Sister Zahra, just got a few things to say about Elif from my own perspective. Alhamdulillah, I've been blessed to be able to attend some of the Elif events, so the social Saturdays that they do, where I've had the privilege of listening to
Salawat. Sisters at the back. Hello? Sisters at the back, thank you. And brothers, this young brother is trying to speak to you and no one is listening. So could you do another salawat and
Please give him some respect and listen to him. Thank you. Salawat.
Thank you, Ghazafar. Thank you all for listening to that. So just a bit about Elif from my own perspective before I invite Sister Zahra to come talk to you about Elif. I know I've had the opportunity to actually go to a few social events that Elif have organised. So the Social Saturdays is actually where I first met the Syed. He delivered talks, teen talks. I've recognised a good few brothers that have also attended these talks. Elif have done so many events in the past, and inshallah, I hope you all one day can decide to volunteer and join. Obviously, if you can't volunteer and join, you can help with your donations. There's volunteers with lanyards that have a QR code on them. Just scan it, it'll take you to a donation page. There'll be a QR code up there which will take you to a donation page and will allow you to donate. I think Uncle Zafar was the one that during the middle of Maghrib and Isha prayer told you about the importance of donations and how we've been able to give you all these opportunities, and inshallah you can repay us back by just giving us, dig deep into your pockets and donate whatever it is you can. So I'd like to invite Sister Zahra to come and give a talk on Elif, so if we can welcome her with the loudest of your salawat. And if the sister volunteers at the back can just dim the lights, and thank you very much. Salawat.
So the idea behind Elif is to create more activities and events for families. Any fundraising or any money that comes into Elif is used to get back into Elif and create more events and things for families to do together. And just pulling any fundraising or any money that comes into Elif is used to get back into Elif and create more events and things for families to do together. And just pulling any fundraising or any money that comes into Elif is used to get back into Elif and create more. So the idea behind Elif is to create more activities and events for families. Any fundraising or any money that comes into Elif is used to get back into Elif and create more events and things for families to do together, and just pulling the community together, even if it's from different backgrounds.
So the podcast is a great way for the community to understand local stories, to find people that they can relate to. It's a great way to share knowledge, to share experience. We've been talking about education, talking about spirituality, community needs, diverse stories, any stories that we feel could benefit the community.
What Elif seeks to do is to fill the gaps and create cool, innovative events with an Islamic twist that are fun and accessible for all ages throughout the year. If you live in Manchester or you're up north and you're really interested in cool Islamic events that are really fun, family orientated, but also for adults as well, then we really would love to hear from you.
It's really important that if you have any ideas, any suggestions, to come forward with them, and that will help us to progress in the future.
صل على محمد وآل محمد. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of the most merciful and the even more merciful. Imagine you are a 14-year-old boy struggling to find your identity as a Muslim, as a Shia, feeling lost without any Muslim friends to guide you through your teenage years. You are a mother with young children and you feel so alone in the world. Who do you talk to? Who can support you on this life-changing journey? You are a man with big responsibilities to provide for your loved ones. The pressure can be intense, and the thoughts that go through your mind. You're looking for a safe space to talk it out. But men don't do that, do they? You're a young girl, a young woman, and you're thinking, why does God put me through these physiological changes? Why not the boys? Why do I have to wear hijab? Am I supposed to? Or maybe you want to explore a whole new career path, but you don't know who to turn to in our community. You're in your 20s and 30s and finished your education. Maybe you've left university. So you aren't a student anymore, but you aren't quite an adult in your 40s and 50s, settled down when everyone thinks they've got life figured out. You're going through that journey of self-discovery. You have a young family, and you're so preoccupied with work, with chores, with commitments. You never seem to spend quality time with your kids or even your partner. Or maybe you're just looking for a community to grow and connect with. The people I am describing to you are sitting in this very room. It might be you that I'm talking to you, talking about you, yes, you. This is our community, and this is where Elif comes in. So I say to you, welcome to Elif. Elif is here for you. We empower, educate, and inspire individuals of all ages and backgrounds. That 14-year-old boy or that young girl, we have teen talks for them. Next slide, please. And the one after. That's it. We want to answer their questions and their inquisitive minds. The very first teen talks we held, we were actually honored with the presence of Syed Ammar. The kids were all sat hunched, cross-armed, and you could tell that they'd been forced to come by their moms. They all thought that they were coming to sit quietly in a traditional setting. Oh boy, were they in for a surprise. Within 5 minutes of being in the presence of the Syed, a young British Muslim growing up in London, knowing what it is to be a teenager in the UK, they all perked up, wide-eyed, attention ready. In fact, they said, "Miss, when's the next one?" We didn't know we could actually ask questions that we wanted and talk stuff out we might not be comfortable in front of other people. A session with Syed Kazim Ali Shan. The kids went in not wanting to talk about the importance of Salah, only to come out wanting to go home and pray Namaz al-Shab, Salat al-Layl. That mother that wants to make friends, strengthen her iman. We will be rolling out a mother and baby group for you to help you nurture and grow. The man who needs a space or support without making it obvious. Welcome to Elif Men's Wellbeing, where the men have a close space and have far familiar thoughts to each other than they actually thought. The men's events aren't just heavy discussions, they're a great way to connect with like-minded men in the community. I'm actually a bit jealous because apparently they have such a great, wild, open discussions. I've heard that they have a brotherhood pact and what is said in the room stays in the room. For the 20 and 30-something-year-olds, you have Elif Youth as a place to explore life, its challenges, rewards, make friends and grow. For the mums and dads that are tired, so tired and busy through the week, we have summer Saturdays where you can come and play with your kids. It's not just a place for them to make friends, it's a place for you to spend time with your family in an Islamic environment. Summer Saturdays is for everyone in the community, whatever your age or marital status. We don't want to just see you in Ramadan and Muharram, a part-time community, when we can be a force to be reckoned with. Syed Ammar alluded in his very first lecture to us, being Muslims and compartmentalizing our religion with the rest of our work and home life. Elif cultivates an open door policy and we welcome you all. They say it takes a village to raise a child. We are your village. We want to raise our kids to become warriors, where our kids represent our family and religious values and go on to be strong, confident Muslims, wearing their identity with pride. Imam Ali says, "Do not raise your children the way your parents raised you. They were born for a different time." Join us in building a strong, supportive village where we can all grow together. Let's break barriers, embrace our identities, and strengthen our community. Welcome to Elif, where your voice matters. My name is Zahra, and I'm the events team leader at Elif. We have a passionate EC. If you want to talk about men's events, speak to Brother Mustafa. If you want to speak about youth events, speak to Sister Maryam. About kids, teens, community, women, come and speak to me. Let's come together to build a thriving community that excels in career development, tech, education, life skills, and empowerment for all members. Let's uplift our youth, men and women, to reach their full potential and make a positive impact in the world. Let's work hand in hand to create a supportive and inclusive environment where everyone can grow and succeed. Together we can achieve great things and build a brighter future for ourselves and those around us. Normally this is a time where we put our phones away. I'm actually going to ask you to get your phones out. And the next one. And the next one. There we go. I'm going to ask each and every one of you to scan this code right now. So get your phones out. If you don't know how to, ask the person next to you. My ask of all of you today is to fill out this very quick form. I purposely kept it very short because we really want to hear from you. You don't have to fill every field out, but we'd love to get to know you and what you want to tell us and what you want to see, how and what services we can provide to enhance your lives as Muslims living in the West. I'll end on that note, just a couple of announcements. Like Alyaska said, we have had an incident where there was a child upstairs on the gym floor on a treadmill. Yes, there is a level of humor to it, but when it comes to health and safety, alhamdulillah, the venue staff have been incredible with us. They're letting us stay later than normal. We have much more access and leniency, and we don't want to ruin that relationship, but far more important, we don't want that child to get lost or hurt. If the mothers need a space to feed their children or a quiet space to put them to sleep, please come and see me. I will help you. The Elif podcast, as you saw, we are starting to roll some out. So the Motivate one will be coming out, I believe, next week. And inshallah, I will leave you on that note. So if you haven't scanned it, scan them now. You'll see some flyers outside. There's some more information there. By Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat.
Salawat. Thank you, Sister Zahra, on the talk on Elif. Just a quick announcement. There's a sister who has lost her phone. Sister Miriam has lost her phone. It's an iPhone with a green cover. So if anyone does manage to come across it, just hand it over to a volunteer and we'll take it from you. So Sister Zahra was talking about the QR code, which will take you to the form. So it took me about 3 minutes to actually type out, so please do make sure you all type that out. So I'd now like to invite with the Syed Hamza Kazmi to come recite some Quran. So if we can welcome him with the loudest of your salawats.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الذي خلقك فسواك فعدلك في أي صورة ما شاء ركبك كلا بل تكذبون بالدين وإن عليكم لحافظين كراما كاتبين يعلمون ما تفعلون إن الأبرار لفي نعيم وإن الفجار لفي جحيم يصلونها يوم الدين وما هم عنها بغائبين وما أدراك ما يوم الدين ثم ما أدراك ما يوم الدين يوم لا تملك نفس لنفس شيئا والأمر يومئذ لله صدق الله العلي العظيم اللهم صل وسلم وزد وبارك على رسول الله وآله الأطهار على رسول الله وآله الأطهار صلوا على محمد وآل محمد
Salawat. Thank you, Sayyid Hamza, for the beautiful recitation of Surah Infitar. I'd now like to invite Brother Rashid Haider to come recite, so if we can welcome him with the loudest of your salawats.
صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. Inshallah, I'll be reciting from Surah Al-Baqarah, from ayah number 284 to ayah number 286. Before I begin, once again, please recite another loud salat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لله ما في السماوات وما في الأرض. وإن تبدوا ما في أنفسكم أو تخفوه يحاسبكم به الله فيغفر لمن يشاء ويعذب من يشاء والله على كل شيء قدير. لله ما في السماوات وما في الأرض وإن تبدوا ما في أنفسكم وإن تبدوا ما في أنفسكم أو تخفوه يحاسبكم به الله فيغفر لمن يشاء ويعذب من يشاء والله على كل شيء قدير. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا. ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا. ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. صدق الله العلي العظيم. اللهم صل وسلم وزد وبارك على رسول الله وآله الأطهار جميعا على وآله الأطهار. صلوا على محمد وآل محمد.
Salawat. Thank you, Mullah Rashid. And I'd like to thank all the Quran reciters today from the start, Brother Mustafa, Syed Hamza Qazmi and Mullah Rashid for their truly alleviating recitations of the Quran. So if we can have a loud salawat for all of them. Salawat. As well as that, if all the brothers could please take a step and move as far forward as possible, as the distance between the sisters is getting really, really small. So if we could all have a loud salawat as we move forward. Salawat. There's loads of spaces here, brothers. Please do move as far forward as you can. Salawat. Inshallah, I'd now like to invite Brother Zairim to come and recite the munajat of Imam Ali alayhi salam. So if we can welcome him with the loudest of your salawats.
صلنا على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم اللهم كن لوليك الحجة ابن الحسن صلواتك عليه وعلى جميعا في هذه وليا وحافظا ودليلا وعينا وتمتعه فيها طويلا. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم إني أسألك الأمان يوم لا ينفع مال ولا بنون إلا من أتى الله بقلب سليم. وأسألك الأمان يوم يعض الظالم ولا يديه يقول يا ليتني اتخذت مع الرسول سبيلا. وأسألك الأمان يوم يعرف المجرمون بسيماهم فيؤخذوا بالنواصي والأقدام. وأسألك الأمان يوم لا يجزي والد عن ولده ولا مولود هو جاز عن ولده شيئا. إن وعد الله حقا. وأسألك الأمان يوم لا ينفع الظالمين معذرتهم ولهم لعنة ولهم سوء الدار. وأسألك الأمان يوم لا تملك نفس لنفس شيئا والأمر يومئذ لله. وأسألك وأسألك الأمان يوم يفر المرء من أخيه وأمه وأبيه وصاحبته وبنيه لكل امرئ منهم يومئذ شأن يغنيه وأسألك الأمان يوم يود المجرم لو يفتدي من عذاب يومئذ ببنيه وصاحبته وأخيه وفصيلته التي تؤويه ومن في الأرض جميعا ثم ينجي كلا إنها لدى نزاعة للشوى مولاي يا مولاي أنت المولى وأنا العبد وهل يرحم العبد إلا المولى مولاي يا مولاي أنت المالك وأنا المملوك وهل يرحم المملوك إلا المالك مولاي يا مولاي أنت العزيز وأنا الذليل وهل يرحم الذليل إلا العزيز مولاي يا مولاي أنت الخالق وأنا المخلوق وهل يرحم المخلوق إلا الخالق مولاي يا مولاي أنت العظيم وأنا الحقير وهل يرحم الحقير إلا العظيم مولاي يا مولاي أنت القوي وأنا الضعيف وهل يرحم الضعيف إلا القوي مولاي يا مولاي أنت الغني وأنا الفقير وهل يرحم الفقير إلا الغني مولاي يا مولاي أنت المعطي وأنا السائل وهل يرحم السائل إلا المعطي مولاي يا مولاي أنت الحي وأنا الميت وهل يرحم الميت إلا الحي مولاي يا مولاي أنت الباقي وأنا الفاني وهل يرحم الفاني إلا الباقي مولاي يا مولاي أنت الدائم وأنا الزائل وهل يرحم الزائل إلا الدائم مولاي يا مولاي أنت الرازق وأنا المرزوق وهل يرحم المرزوق إلا الرازق مولاي يا مولاي أنت الجواد وأنا البخيل وهل يرحم البخيل إلا الجواد مولاي يا مولاي أنت الموافي وأنا الممتلى وهل يرحم الممتلى إلا الموافي مولاي يا مولاي أنت الكبير وأنا الصغير وهل يرحم الصغير إلا الكبير مولاي يا مولاي الرحمن وأنا المرحوم وهل يرحم المرحوم إلا الرحمن مولاي يا مولاي أنت السلطان وأنا الممتحن وهل يرحم الممتحن إلا السلطان مولاي يا مولاي أنت الدليل وأنا المتحير وهل يرحم المتحير إلا الدليل مولاي يا مولاي أنت الغفور وأنا المذنب وهل يرحم المذنب إلا الغفور مولاي يا مولاي أنت الغالب وأنا المغلوب وهل يرحم المغلوب إلا الغالب مولاي يا مولاي أنت الرب وأنا المربوب وهل يرحم المربوب إلا الرب مولاي يا مولاي أنت المتكبر وأنا الخاشع وهل يرحم الخاشع إلا المتكبر مولاي يا مولاي ارحمني برحمتك مولاي يا مولاي ارحمني برحمتك وارض عني بجودك وكرمك وفضلك يا ذا الجود والإحسان والطول والامتنان برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد اللهم إني أفتتح الثناء بحمدك وأنت مسدد للصواب بمنك وأيقنت أنك أرحم الراحمين في موضع العفو والرحمة، وأشد المعاقبين في موضع النكال والنقمة، وأعظم المتجبرين في موضع الكبرياء والعظمة. اللهم أذنت لي في دعائك ومسألتك، فاسمع يا سميع مدحتي، وأجب يا رحيم دعوتي، وأقل يا غفور عثرتي. فكم يا إلهي من كربة قد فرجتها، وهموم قد كشفتها، وعثرة قد أقلتها، ورحمة قد نشرتها، وحلقة بلاء قد فككتها. الحمد لله الذي لم يتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا، ولم يكن له شريك في الملك، ولم يكن له ولي من الذل، وكبروا تكبيرا. الحمد لله بجميع محامده كلها، على جميع نعمه كلها. الحمد لله الذي لا مضاد له في ملكه، ولا منازع له في أمره. الحمد لله الذي لا شريك له في خلقه، ولا شبيه له في عظمته. الحمد لله الفاشي في الخلق أمره وحمده، الظاهر بالكرم مجده، الباسط بالجود يده، الذي لا تنقص خزائنه، ولا تزيده كثرة العطاء إلا كرما وجودا. إنه هو العزيز الوهاب. اللهم إني أسألك قليلا من كثير، مع حاجة بي إليه عظيما، وغناك عنه قديم، وهو عندي كثير، وهو عليك سهل يسير. اللهم إن عفوك عن ذنبي، وتجاوزك عن خطيئتي، وصفحك عن ظلمي، وسترك على قبيح عملي، وحلمك عن كثير جرمي، عندما كان من خطئي وعمدي. أطمعني في أن أسألك ما لا أستوجبه منك، الذي رزقتني من رحمتك، وأريتني من قدرتك، وعرفتني من إجابتك، فصرت أدعوك آمنا وأسألك مستأنسا لا خائفا ولا وجلا مدلا عليك فيما قصدت فيه إليك فإن أبطأ عني عتبت بجهلي عليك ولعل الذي أبطأ عني هو خير لي لعلمك بعاقبة الأمور فلم أر مولا كريما أصبر على عبد اللئيم منك علي يا رب إنك تدعوني فأولي عنك وتتحبب إلي وأتبغض إليك وتتودد إلي فلا أقبل منك كأن لي التطول عليك فلم يمنعك ذلك من الرحمة لي والإحسان إلي والتفضل علي بجودك وكرمك فارحم عبدك الجاهل وجد عليه بفضل إحسانك إنك جواد كريم الحمد لله مالك الملك مجري الفلك مسخر الرياح فالق الإصباح ديان الدين رب العالمين الحمد لله على حلمه بعد علمه والحمد لله على عفوه بعد قدرته والحمد لله على طول أناته في غضبه وهو قادر على ما يريد الحمد لله خالق الخلق وباسط الرزق فالق الإصباح ذي الجلال والإكرام والفضل والإنعام الذي بعد فلا يرى وقرب فشهد النجوى تبارك وتعالى الحمد لله الذي ليس له منازع يعادله ولا شبيه يشاكله ولا ظهير يعاضده قهر بعزته الأعزاء وتواضع لعظمته العظماء فبلغ بقدرته ما يشاء الحمد لله الذي يجيبني حين أنادي ويستر علي كل عورة وأنا أعصيه ويعظم النعمة علي فلا أجازيه فكم من موهبة هنية قد أعطاني وعظيمة مخوفة قد كفاني وبهجة مونقة قد أراني فأثني عليه حامدا وأذكره مسبحا الحمد لله الذي لا يهتك حجابه ولا يغلق بابه ولا يرد سائل ولا يخيب آمل الحمد لله الذي يؤمن الخائفين وينجي الصالحين ويرفع المستضعفين ويضع المستكبرين ويهلك ملوكا ويستخلف آخرين والحمد لله قاسم الجبارين مبير الظلمين مدرك الهاربين نكال الظالمين صريخ المستصرخين موضع حاجات الطالبين معتمد المؤمنين الحمد لله الذي من خشيته ترعد السماء وسكانها وترجف الأرض وعمارها وتموج البحار ومن يسبح في غمراتها الحمد لله الذي هدانا لهذا وما كنا لنهتدي لولا أن هدانا الله الحمد لله الذي يخلق ولم يخلق ويرزق ولا يرزق ويطعم ولا يطعم ويميت الأحياء ويحيي الموتى وهو حي لا يموت بيده الخير وهو على كل شيء قدير اللهم صل على محمد عبدك ورسولك وأمينك وصفيك وحبيبك وخيرتك من خلقك وحافظ سرك ومبلغ رسالاتك أفضل وأحسن وأجمل وأكمل وأزكى وأنمى وأطيب وأطهر وأسنى وأكثر ما صليت وباركت وترحمت وتحننت وسلمت على أحد من عبادك وأنبيائك ورسلك وصفوتك وأهل الكرامة عليك من خلقك اللهم وصل على علي أمير المؤمنين ووصي رسول رب العالمين عبدك ووليك وأخي رسولك وحجتك على خلقك وآيتك الكبرى والنبأ العظيم وصل على الصديقة الطاهرة فاطمة الزهراء سيدة نساء العالمين وصل على سبطي الرحمة وإمامي الهدى الحسن والحسين سيدي شباب أهل الجنة وصل على أئمة المسلمين علي بن الحسين ومحمد وجعفر وموسى وعلي ومحمد الحسان والخلف الهادي المهدي حججك على عبادك وأمنائك في بلادك صلاة كثيرة دائما اللهم وصل على ولي أمرك القائم المؤمن والعدل المنتظر وحفه بملائكتك المقربين وأيده بروح القدس يا رب العالمين اللهم اجعله الداعي إلى كتابك والقائم بدينك استخلفه في الأرض كما استخلفت الذين من قبله مكن له دينه الذي ارتضيته له أبدله من بعد خوفه أمنا يعبدك لا يشرك بك شيئا اللهم أعزه وأعزز به وانصره وانتصر به وانصره نصرا عزيزا وافتح له فتحا يسيرا واجعل له من لدنك سلطانا نصيرا اللهم أظهر به دينك وسنة نبيك حتى لا يستخفي بشيء من الحق مخافة أحد من الخلق اللهم إنا نرغب إليك في دولة كريمة تعز بها الإسلام وأهله وتذل بها النفاق وأهله وتجعلنا فيها من الدعاة إلى طاعتك والقادة إلى سبيلك وترزقنا بها كرامة الدنيا والآخرة اللهم ما عرفتنا من الحق فحملنا وما قصرنا عنه فبلغنا اللهم المم به شعثنا واشعب به صدعنا وارتق به فتقنا وكثر به قلتنا وأعزز به ذلتنا وأغن به عائلنا واقض به عن مغرمنا واجبر به فقرنا وسد به خلتنا ويسر به عسرنا وبيض به وجوهنا وفك به أسرنا وأنجح به طلبتنا وأنجز به مواعيدنا واستجب به دعوتنا وأعطنا به سؤلنا وبلغنا به من الدنيا والآخرة آمالنا وأعطنا به فوق رغبتنا يا خير المسؤولين وأوسع المعطين اشف به صدورنا وأذهب به غيظ قلوبنا واهدنا به لما اختلف فيه من الحق بإذنك إنك تهدي من تشاء إلى صراط مستقيم وانصرنا به على عدوك وعدونا إله الحق آمين اللهم إنا نشكو إليك فقد نبينا صلواتك عليه وآله وغيبة ولينا وكثرة عدونا وقلة عددنا وشدة الفتن بنا وتظاهر الزمان علينا فصل على محمد وآله وأعنا على ذلك بفتح منك تعجل وبضر تكشف ونصر تعز وسلطان حق تظهر ورحمة منك تجللناها وعافية منك تلبسناها برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين وصل اللهم على محمد وآله الطاهرين
Salawat. Inshallah, we will now begin with the Ammar. So if I could ask the Syed to come to the front and everyone to grab a turba and the Quran, and we will begin with the Ammar shortly. Salawat. There may be a shortage of Quran, so anything that has the Quran on it you can use, juz, para, even if it's just a bit of it. So anything that has a bit of the Quran on it you still can use, so you don't need the whole Quran. Brothers and sisters, if we can settle down, we will begin very shortly. Salawat. So brothers and sisters, if we can all please at the very back, at the front here, if we can all settle down, we'd like to begin with the Amal. Everyone should have a Turba and a Quran, and inshallah we'll be able to start as soon as everyone has settled down. And if the brothers at the back, there's spaces to my right, your left, spaces here as well. So if the brothers can please move as far forward as possible as well, so that we can keep a safe distance between others and the sisters. So the brothers at the very back, if they can make their way as far forward, there's loads of empty pockets here, and there's loads of space on my right, just here next to the Syed, behind the Syed. So please do move as far forward as you can. Salawat. Brothers, over here there's plenty of space, so at the back please do come as far forward as you can, and there's plenty of space over here.
Yeah, no, after you close the Quran, then like before you put it on the head, that's a perfect time. Yeah,
I do, before I put on the head, I do like a good chunk.
Brilliant. Yeah.
And then in between the lines, I just say one or two
That's brilliant.
lines.
Yeah, that's perfect.
It's not
Done.
As soon as you start speaking, everyone will be quiet.
Yep.
So should we not do after istighfar?
No, just straight there. صلوا على محمد وآل محمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل. Inshallah, with the tawfiq of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we will now begin with the a'mal of Laylatul Qadr. So we will begin as usual, inshallah, with the 2 rak'ah prayer where we have Fatiha once and then Surah Tawheed 7 times. And this needs to be in both rak'ah. So if we may please begin with that now, then inshallah we will begin with the istighfar afterwards. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala. صلوات على محمد وآل محمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. Now we move to the dhikr of astaghfirullah wa atubu ilayh. We will repeat this inshallah 70 times, and the traditions narrate that we must be very focused upon the aspect of tawbah that we are asking for. When we look at the definition of istighfar and we look at the definition of tawbah, tawbah means the return, tawbah means to go back. It's synonymous with inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. So this turning back now entails purification, and this turning back entails us to cleanse ourselves. So as we read each dhikr of astaghfirullah wa atubu ilayh, the reports narrate that we must emphasize the fact that what are we asking forgiveness for, and inshallah if we are sincere in this, then we will be forgiven on this night. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it is stated that even if your sins are as many as the drops of water in an ocean, He will forgive you. So we must not fall into despair, and inshallah with the tawfiq of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we will be able to get forgiveness for our sins. We begin inshallah, if everyone can recite together, we're going to repeat it 70 times. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Astaghfirullah wa atubu ilayh. 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 Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Now inshallah we progress on to the next stage of the a'mal, which will be the a'mal of the Holy Quran, and inshallah Brother Zaygum will be heading inshallah that aspect of the a'mal. However, before we begin, it's important that we keep ourselves in the correct state of mind of inshallah what it means to be a muttaqi and what it means to be a Muslim, and a night such as Laylatul Qadr, where we've seen the rewards are multiplied astronomically. We can see that inshallah if we are in the correct state of mind, that will inshallah maximize our pursuit higher than we could possibly imagine. On the morning of the 19th, Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali ibn Abi Talib, salawat ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. He entered the masjid in Kufa. When one goes to Najaf today, you can go to the masjid of Kufa and you can see where Amir al-Mu'mineen entered that place. When he entered the masjid in Kufa, he gave the adhan and he stood up for prayer, and he was aware of the situation going on around him. He wasn't unaware and he was very conscious. However, an imam, when he knows his time has come, he knows that it's time for him to meet his Lord. He began the salah and he went down to sujood. And when he went down to sujood, that was the final sajda of Amir al-Mu'mineen. Upon raising his head from the sajda, Ibn Muljam, at this point in time, he struck the sword that was doused in poison with such force that the head of Amir al-Mu'mineen, at this point split open. The narrations are very gory in regards to the atmosphere at that time, and the blood would not stop pouring from the head of Amir al-Mu'mineen at this point in time. So we need to take ourselves here in regards to how would we react to this situation. Of course, Amir al-Mu'mineen, upon this circumstance and in this situation, the only thing he came out with, by Lord of the Kaaba, I am successful. And he repeated this, by the Lord of the Kaaba, I am successful. So inshallah, if we hope to count ourselves among those who are successful, that's even at the time of ultimate pain, we are still thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Let's ask for istighfar on this holy night, and inshallah, upon this purification, we can move towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and gain proximity to Him, Rasulullah, and the Ahlul Bayt. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
فزت برب الكعبة فزت برب الكعبة علي 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 علي. My brothers and sisters, this is no ordinary night. This is the night of istighfar. This is the night of dua. This is the night Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala invites you. Come to me, my servant. Come to me, my abd. And if you do not respond to this, he says, come to me, my beloved Nabi Musa. He says, there was a time where an enemy of Allah was annoying him, was going against him. So he called the adhab of Allah upon this man. Each time when the adhab went upon this person, Nabi Musa said, oh Allah, bring more adhab. When this person was destroyed, he said to Allah, Alhamdulillah, you accepted my dua. Allah looked at Nabi Musa, he says, oh Musa, 7 times your enemy, that person asked forgiveness from you. If he once said, Ya Allah, forgive me, I would have forgiven him. This is the difference between you and me, between creation and creator. Oh, hopeless one, oh, lost one, oh, one overwhelmed by his sins. Come on this night of Laylatul Qadr. This is no ordinary night, my dear brothers and sisters. What you hold in your hand is no ordinary book. Tonight, the verses of Quran we hold, but soon the walking, speaking Quran will be held in the dirt, in the ground, in the loneliness of Kufa. Those brothers and sisters who have visited Masjid al-Kufa, who have been to the haram of Amir al-Mu'mineen, let me tell you something. If you did not know, Amir al-Mu'mineen's grave was hidden from a few years. What gurba you went through, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen. Imagine your own father, your own master. He says, hide me from the world. I do not want any to visit my grave. Lucky we are to visit your haram, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen. With this broken heart, with tears in your eyes, with du'as in your heart. Do not be shy today, my brothers and sisters. Do not be shy tonight. This is the day of istighfar, the night of istighfar. Open your Qur'ans and recite with me. Allahumma إني أسألك بكتابك المنزل وما فيه وفي اسمك الأكبر وأسماؤك الحسنى وما يخاف يرجى أن تجعلني من أتقائك من النار. Hold the holy book upon your hands. Hold the Quran with your hajat, keep them in your heart. Those who are not here with you, remember, my dear brothers and sisters, I can remember a few of my brothers, a few of my sisters who have passed away. This may be the last chance, this may be the last Ramadan. Oh Allah, I say this dua on behalf of all of us. Do not let this be the last Ramadan before I see the Ali of my time, before I see Abba Saleh. Allahumma بحق هذا القرآن وبحق من أرسلته به وبحق كل مؤمن مدحته فيه وبحقك عليهم فلا أحد أعرف بحقك منك. بك يا الله، 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 بمحمد 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 بمحمد. The Quran you place upon your head, this name is not an ordinary name. Tonight he is the guest of Allah. Tonight you are the guest of Rasulullah. Tonight you are the guest of Fatima. But keep someone in your hearts tonight, my dear brothers and sisters. When you say this name, a daughter is waiting to hear the name of her father. Oh, lowly one in Sham, oh, the one Damascus, oh, Zainab Kubra. When you recite the next name of her father, keep her name, keep his name, and keep her in your hearts. This Quran upon our heads was struck by the sword of Ibn Muljim. بعليين 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 بعلي. Can a son or a daughter ever ask their mother and not be answered? Tonight I call upon you, O lowly one of Baqi, my mother who was crushed between the wall and the door in Medina, my mother who was buried lowly in the night. Amir al-Mu'minin, what does he say? Lady Fidda asked him in the burial, when he washed the body, why do you cry, Amir al-Mu'minin? They never told me that they broke the ribs of Fatima. By the ribs of your mother, by the unborn baby Mohsen, بفاطمة 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 بفاطمة. بفاطمة 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 بالحسن 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 يا أبا عبد الله لا يومك يومك يا أبا عبد الله. How can I say your name without tears in my heart? Without tears in my heart. Forgive me, my dear brothers and sisters. I know holding a Quran upon your head is difficult. I know your arms are getting tired already. My arm is already tired. But if you feel this tiredness, let me ask you one question. On the day of Ashura, how did you carry the bodies of your companions back, Ya Abu Abdullah? There is one companion he did not carry back. There is one he did not carry back. It was his own brother Abu Fadl. But there is one person, he said, that I cannot bear to carry him. Some say he called Abul Fat. Who is this? None other than his son Ali al-Akbar. But there is one body heavy than anybody. This is the lightest body when you pick him up. But when it comes to his martyrdom, Ali Asghar, Ali Asghar, Ali Asghar, narration say, when Ali Asghar was killed, your Imam fell down 7 times before he went back to the tent. How heavy was this body of your infant, Ya Abu Abdullah? I am a sinner, Ya Abu Abdullah. I am the one who causes you pain. But by Bab al-Hawa'ij, by the dry lips of Ali al-Asghar, forgive me. Forgive me with your broken hearts, my dear brothers and sisters. Let your voices reach Karbala. Bel Hussein, Bel Hussein, Bel Hussein, Bel Hussein. Bel Hussein, Bel Hussein, Bel Hussein, Bel Hussein, بعلي ابن الحسين، بعلي ابن بعلي ابن الحسين، بعلي ابن الحسين، بعلي ابن بعلي ابن الحسين، بعلي ابن الحسين، بعلي ابن الحسين، بعلي ابن الحسين، بمحمد ابن علي، بمحمد ابن علي، بمحمد ابن علي، بمحمد ابن علي، بمحمد بمحمد ابن علي، 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 بجعفر ابن محمد، 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 Ja'far ibn Muhammad. Oh lowly one in Kadamain. Look at the ghurba of your Imam in Kadamain. Look what they did to Imam al-Kadhim. They say strangers carried the body of your Imam. Was that the worst of it? No. 3 days the body of Musa ibn Ja'far was on the streets of Baghdad. Ya Bab al-Hawa'ij, oh door of wishes, call us back to you in Kadamain. Oh the owner of the 2 domes. Be Musa ibn Ja'far, be Musa ibn Ja'far, be Musa ibn Ja'far, be Musa ibn Ja'far. بموسى بن جعفر 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 علي علي علي. You are named after the one we lament for today. But look at the ghurba of Ali ibn Musa. Every imam we could cry for, but I want to hear this last musibah. Look where every imam is buried. 4 in Medina, 2 in Kadamain, 2 in Samarra. Imam Hussein has Abul Fadl, but the lonely one of Khurasan, where are you buried? No one with you, my Imam. Lady Ma'asuma, look where she is buried. She went to go visit her brother. He had no one with him. But what does Ali ibn Musa remember in his final moments? He says to his companion, he says, remove the carpets from this house, for I'm about to leave this world. Place my body on the ground. Ya Ali ibn Musa, why do you ask this ajib request? Why do you place your body that is weakened by poison upon the ground, the hard surface? He says, just for a few moments, I want to feel what my grandfather Abu Abdullah felt on the plains of Karbala. Everyone remembered you, Ya Hussein. Everyone lamented you in their final moments. Bihaq Abu Abdullah, by the lowly one of Khurasan, accept our du'as, Ya Allah. Forgive us, Ya Allah. Bi Ali ibn Musa, 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 bi Muhammad ibn Ali, bi Muhammad ibn Ali, bi Muhammad ibn Ali, bi Muhammad ibn بمحمد بن علي 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 بعلي بن محمد 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 بعلي بن محمد. This is no ordinary name, my dear brothers and sisters. This is the name of the father of our Imam, O lowly one of Samarra. Call out with your heart, Bil Hassan ibn Ali, 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 Bil Hassan بالحسن بن علي بالحسن بن علي. Where are you, Ya Abu Saleh? Where are you, my Imam? My dear brothers and sisters, Tonight we feasted, tonight we cried, tonight we lamented, tonight we consoled, tonight we spoke, tonight we embraced. But tell me, amongst one of you, come and tell me, where is our beloved Imam al-Zaman? Tell me where he resides tonight. Where does he sleep? Where does he rest? Ya Aba Saleh, it is the death of his grandfather's anniversary tonight. Has anyone come and consoled you, Ya Sahib al-Zaman? No, Imam, is it because of me you do not come to this gathering? Did you look at my sins and said, do I do not want to come near this gathering? Ya Sahib al-Zaman, I promise by your grandfather Ali, I will change. I will become a better person. I will become a better servant. My dear brothers and sisters, if you are tired, if your hearts are aching, then tell me of the one who waits 1400 years for us. Oh, Gharib Imam, with the tears in your eyes, with your broken heart, perhaps you could hear our voices. If you can hear me, Ya Imam, I call out for you. بالحجة 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 اللهم عجل لوليك الفرج اللهم عجل لوليك الفرج اللهم عجل لوليك الفرج. With the loudest of your voices, recite with me. اللهم كن لوليك الحجة ابن الحسن صلواتك في هذه الساعة وفي كل وليا وحافظا وقائدا ودليلا وعينا حتى تسكنه أرضك توا وتمتعه فيها طويلا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. This moment is the moment of dua. Do not waste it, my dear brothers and sisters. This is the moment of istighfar. Remember your Imam. Remember the lowly ones. Remember the oppressed ones, especially our dear brothers and sisters in Palestine, around the world, who are being oppressed, especially your own hajat. For the acceptance of these du'as, we start our du'as. Do not waste this moment, dear brothers and sisters. Recite as-salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Inshallah, we recite salawat. Take this moment, like I mentioned, to recite any du'as. Pour your heart out, pour your tears. Take this moment and just speak to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. Allah salli ala. Now we will complete the a'mal inshaAllah with the ziyarah of Imam Hussein and the martyrs of Karbala. Then inshaAllah we will conclude with the ziyarah Aminullah and Dua Joshan Kabir. Yep.
Inshallah, before we recite Ziyarat Aminullah by our dear brother Rashid, we will recite the ziyarah of Imam Hussein, Khususi, Laylatul Qadr, which includes the ziyarah of Ali al-Akbar, the Ashab and Abu Fadil, inshallah. With the loudest of your voices, recite Salawat ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليك يا ابن رسول الله، السلام عليك يا ابن أمير المؤمنين، السلام عليك يا ابن صديقة طاهرة فاطمة سيدة نساء العالمين. السلام عليك يا مولاي يا أبا عبد الله ورحمة الله وبركاته. أشهد أنك قد أقمت الصلاة وآتيت الزكاة وأمرت بالمعروف ونهيت عن المنكر وتلوت الكتاب حق تلاوته وجاهدت في الله حق جهاده وصبرت على الأذى في جنبه محتسبا حتى أتاك اليقين. أشهد أن الذي خالفوك وحاربوك والذين خذلوك والذين قتلوك ملعونون على لسان النبي الأمي وقد خاب من افترى. لعن الله الظالمين لكم من الأولين والآخرين وضاعف عليهم العذاب العليم. أتيتك يا مولاي يا ابن رسول الله زائرا عارفا بحقك مواليا لأوليائك معاديا لأعدائك مستمسرا بالهدى الذي أنت عليه عارفا بالضلالة من خالفك فاشفع لي عند ربك. السلام عليك يا حجة الله في أرضه والسماء. صلى الله على روحك الطيب وجسدك الطاهر وعليك السلام يا مولاي ورحمة الله وبركاته. زيارة علي بن الحسين. السلام عليك يا مولاي وابن مولاي ورحمة الله وبركاته. لعن الله من ظلمك ولعن الله من قتلك وضاعف عليهم العذاب الأليم. ديار شهداء كربلاء، the martyrs of Karbala. السلام عليكم أيها الصديقون، السلام عليكم أيها الشهداء الصابرون. أشهد أنكم جاهدتم في سبيل الله وصبرتم على الأذى في جنب الله ونصحتم لله ولرسوله حتى أتاكم اليقين أشهد أنكم أحياء عند ربكم ترزقون فجزاكم الله عن الإسلام وأهله أفضل جزاء المحسنين وجمع بيننا وبينكم في محل النعيم. زيارة علي بن العباس بن علي، زيارة عباس بن علي. السلام عليك يا ابن أمير المؤمنين، السلام عليك أيها العبد الصالح المطيع لله ولرسوله. أشهد أنك قد جاهدت ونصحت وصبرت حتى أتاك اليقين. لعن الله الظالمين لكم من الأولين والآخرين وألحقهم بدرك الجحيم. صلوا على محمد وآل محمد.
Ali Muhammad. Inshallah, we will conclude with the final two adhkar of the evening, where we will ask for istighfar and then inshallah send la'an upon the murderers of Amir al-Mu'mineen so as to disassociate ourselves from them. So inshallah, if everyone can begin, we will start with the recitation of Astaghfirullah Rabbi wa atubu alayh. The distinguishing factor from the first one is the Rabbi, so we will recite that inshallah 100 times. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه، 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 أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه 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 صلوات على محمد وعلى محمد اللهم لعن قتلة أمير المؤمنين. Now inshallah we will conclude upon the la'an on the qatil of Amir al-Mu'mineen, where inshallah in this la'an we need to be actively thinking and inshallah processing the disassociation, the attributes that we do not wish to manifest within inside ourselves that the murderer of Amir al-Mu'mineen possessed. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم لعن قتلة أمير المؤمنين 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 من لعن قتلة أمير المؤمنين اللهم 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 لعن قتلة أمير المؤمنين صلوات على محمد وآل محمد. That concludes our Amal for this evening, inshallah. Taqabbalallahu amalakum. And we will continue, inshallah, with Brother Rashid and Ziyarat Aminullah. Then after that, we will conclude upon Dua Joshan Kabir. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli.
Now when I start Joshan,
What's the itinerary? What's the itinerary?
Okay, so yeah, it's going to be ziyarat, this ziyarat, dua Abu Khamsa Tamali.
Okay.
And then
Also, is that Muhammad Tamali?
we are doing dua. But I think I've got the order wrong.
bro, you need to do our Joshan, otherwise I can't.
No, yeah, dua Joshan first. It should be dua Joshan now. And then ziyarat. And then I think shall we just start? Do you want to start with this first? That's for no, it's confusing.
I'll start Joshan as well. It's like 8 minutes,
Yeah, exactly.
As soon as you're done, just start Joshan.
So then get the guys together for Joshan.
1 to 20.
Make the announcement. Anyone who wants to read is good if they come.
Which verses am I doing again?
Sorry? So get them together. Tell them after this.
Do 16. Well, do 100, I won't lie. Why, how much did I do?
Someone else wants
I
to
think
do
when
it.
it comes to 81, we started with Syed. I think when Syed does it. I think Syed should be started.
Sorry?
I said we should be started.
Start again from zero? That sounds good, yeah.
It's fine, we'll figure out. We'll just get Rashid to end it or something. So that he's forced to stay. I'm still staying, don't worry.
Okay, good. If you've got readers, get them in.
I have to go, bro. Otherwise, it's a bedless. Oh, yeah, you're going. Oh, yeah. I'm going to be chilling after.
Get one of them.
Okay. Don't worry. That's nice. Say the Mancom. Where's Rashid? I said, I don't know. We should be chilling with him. I said, okay. Last night? Which last night? Last night. I was with Syed Ammar. He was like, where's Rashid? I said, I don't know where he went. I wasn't told. This is tonight I'm telling you. Yalla.
صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك يا أمين الله في أرضه وحجته على عباده. السلام عليك يا أمير المؤمنين. أشهد أنك جاهدت في الله حق جهاده وعملت بكتابه واتبعت سنن نبيه صلى الله عليه وآله حتى دعاك الله إلى جواره فقبضك إليه باختياره وألزم أعدائك الحجة مع ما لك من الحجج البالغة على جميع خلقه. اللهم فاجعل نفسي مطمئنة بقدرك راضية بقضائك مولعة بذكرك ودعائك محبة لصفوة أوليائك محبوبة في أرضك وسمائك صابرة على نزول بلائك شاكرة لفواضل نعمائك ذاكرة لصوابغ الآلائك مشتاقة إلى فرحة لقائك متزودة التقوى ليوم جزائك مستنة بسنن أوليائك مفارقة لإخلاق أعدائك مشغولة عن الدنيا بحمدك وثنائك. اللهم إنا قلوب المخبطين إليك والها وسبل الراغبين إليك شارعا وأعلام القاصدين إليك واضحا وأفئدة العارفين منك فازعا وأصوات الداعين إليك صاعدا وأبواب الإجابة لهم مفتحا ودعوة من ناجاك مستجابا وتوبة من أناب إليك مقبولا وعبرة من بكى من خوفك مرحوما والإغاثة لمن استغاث بك موجودا والإعانة لمن استعان بك مبذولا وعداتك لعبادك منجزا وزلل من استقالك مقالا وأعمال العاملين لديك محفوظا وأرزاقك إلى الخلائق من لدنك نازلا وعوائد المزيد إليهم واصلا وذنوب المستغفرين مغفورا وحوائج خلقك عندك مقضيا وجوائز السائلين عندك موفرا وعوائد المزيد متواترا وموائد المستطعمين معدا ومناهل الظماء مترعا. اللهم فاستجب دعائي واقبل ثنائي واجمع بيني وبين أوليائي بحق محمد وعلي وفاطمة والحسن والحسين إنك ولي نعمائي ومنتهى مناي
غاية رجائي في منقلبي ومثواي، إنك على كل شيء قدير. وصل اللهم على محمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين. Inshallah, we're going to start with Dua Joshan al-Kabir. If I could please request those brothers that are going to recite to please join us at the front, inshallah. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Yeah, you start when to start. Start when to start. Closing words on him. صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا الله يا رحمن يا رحيم يا كريم يا مقيم يا عظيم يا قديم يا عليم يا حليم يا حكيم. سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث، خلصنا
يا سيد السادات يا مجيب الدعوات يا رافع الدرجات يا ولي الحسنات يا غافر الخطيئات يا معطي المسألات يا قابل التوبات يا سامع الأصوات يا عالم الخفيات يا دافع البليات سبحانك الغوث الغوث خلصنا من يا خير الغافرين يا خير الفاتحين يا خير الناصرين يا خير الحاكمين يا خير الرازقين يا خير الوارثين يا خير الحامدين يا خير الذاكرين يا خير المنزلين يا خير المحسنين سبحانك يا من له العزة والجمال يا من له القدرة والكمال يا من له الملك والجلال يا من هو الكبير المتعال يا منشئ السحاب الثقال يا من هو شديد المحال يا من هو سريع الحساب يا من هو شديد العقاب يا من عنده حسن الثواب يا من عنده أم الكتاب سبحانك يا لا اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا حنان يا منان يا ديان يا برحان يا سلطان يا رضوان يا غفران يا سبحان يا سبحان يا مستعان يا ذا المن والبيان سبحانك يا من تواضع كل شيء لعظمته يا من استسلم كل شيء لقدرتي يا من ذل كل شيء لعزتي يا من خضع كل شيء لهيبتي يا من انقاد كل شيء من خشيتي يا من تشققت الجبال من مخافتي يا من قامت السماوات بأمره يا من استقربت الأرضون بإذنه يا من يسبح الرعد بحمده يا من لا يعتدي على أهل مملكتي سبحانك يا غافر الخطية يا كاشف البلايا يا منتهى الرجايا يا مجزل العطايا يا واهب الهدايا يا رازق البرايا يا قاضي المنايا يا سامع الشكايا يا باعث البرايا يا مطلق الأسارى سبحانك يا لا يا ذا الحمد والثناء يا ذا الفخر والبهاء يا ذا المجد والسناء يا ذا العهد والوفاء يا ذا العفو والرضا يا ذا المن والعطاء يا ذا الفصل والقضاء يا ذا العز والبقاء يا ذا الجود والسخاء يا ذا الآلاء والنعماء سبحانك يا لا اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مانع يا دافع يا رافع يا صانع يا نافع يا سامع يا جامع يا شافع يا واسع يا موسع سبحانك يا لا إله يا صانع كل مصنوع يا خالق كل مخلوق يا رازق كل مرزوق يا مالك كل مملوك يا كاشف كل مكروب يا فارج كل مهموم يا راحم كل مرحوم يا ناصر كل مخذول يا ساتر كل معيوب يا ملجأ كل مطروب سبحانك يا لا يا عدتي عند شدتي يا رجائي عند مصيبتي يا مؤنسي عند وحشتي يا صاحبي عند غربتي يا ولي عند نعمتي يا غياثي عند كربتي يا دليلي عند حيرتي يا غنائي عند افتقاري يا ملجئي عند افتراري يا معيني عند مفزعي سبحانك يا لا خلصنا من النار يا علام الغيوب يا غفار الذنوب يا ستار العيوب يا كاشف الكروب يا مقلب القلوب يا طبيب القلوب يا منور القلوب يا أنيس القلوب يا مفرج الهموم يا منفس الغموم سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا جليل يا جميل يا وكيل يا كفيل يا دليل يا قبيل يا مديل يا مذيل يا مقيل يا مهيل سبحانك يا لا يا دليل المتحيرين يا غياث المستغيثين يا صريخ المستصرخين يا جار المستجيرين يا أمان الخائفين يا عون المؤمنين يا راحم المساكين يا ملجأ العاصين يا غافر المذنبين يا مجيب دعوة المضطرين سبحانك الغوث الغوث خلصنا يا ذا الجود والإحسان يا ذا الفضل والامتنان يا ذا الأمن والأمان يا ذا القدس والسبحان يا ذا الحكمة والبيان يا ذا الرحمة والرضوان يا ذا الحجة والبرهان يا ذا العظمة والسلطان يا ذا الرأفة والمستعان يا ذا العفو والغفران سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث خلصنا من يا من هو رب كل شيء يا من هو إله كل شيء يا من هو خالق كل شيء يا من هو صانع كل شيء يا من هو قبل كل شيء يا من هو بعد كل شيء يا من هو فوق كل شيء يا من هو عالم بكل شيء يا من هو قادر على كل شيء يا من هو يبقى ويفنى كل شيء سبحانك اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مؤمن يا مهيمن يا مكون يا ملقن يا مبين يا مهون يا ممكن يا مزين يا معلن يا مقسم سبحانك يا لا يا من هو في ملكه مقيم يا من هو في سلطانه قديم يا من هو في جلاله عظيم يا من هو على عباده رحيم يا من هو بكل شيء عليم يا من هو بمن عصاه حليم يا من هو بمن رجاه كريم يا من هو في صنعه حكيم يا من هو في حكمته لطيف يا من هو في لطفه قديم سبحانك يا لا يا من لا يرجى إلا فضله يا من لا يسأل إلا عفوه يا من لا ينظر إلا بره يا من لا يخاف إلا عدله يا من لا يدوم إلا ملكه يا من لا سلطان إلا سلطانه يا من وسعت كل شيء رحمته يا من سبقت رحمته غضبا يا من أحاط بكل شيء علمه يا من ليس أحد مثله سبحانك يا فارج الهم يا كاشف الغم يا غافر الذنب يا قابل التوب يا خالق الخلق يا صادق الوعد يا موفي العهد يا عالم السر يا فالق الهب يا رازق الأنام
من النار يا رب اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا علي يا وفي يا غني يا ملي يا حفي يا رضي يا زكي يا بدي يا قوي يا ولي سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت من النار يا من أظهر الجميل يا من ستر القبيح يا من لم يؤاخذ بالجريرة يا من لم يهتك الست يا عظيم العفو يا حسن التجاوز يا واسع المغفرة يا باسط يديني بالرحمة يا صاحب كل نجوى يا منتهى كل شكوى سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا ذا النعمة السابغة يا ذا الرحمة الواسعة يا ذا المنة السابقة يا ذا الحكمة البالغة يا ذا القدرة الكاملة يا ذا الحجة القاطعة يا ذا الكرامة الظاهرة يا ذا العزة الدائمة يا ذا القوة المتينة يا ذا العظمة المنيعة سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث يا بديع السماوات يا جاعل الظلمات يا راحم العبرات يا مقيل العثرات يا ساتر العورات يا محيي الأموات يا منزل الآيات يا مضعف الحسنات يا ماحي السيئات يا شديد النقمات سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغفور اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مصور يا مقدر يا مدبر يا مطهر يا منور يا ميسر يا مبشر يا منذر يا مقدم يا مؤخر سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث يا رب البيت الحرام يا رب الشهر الحرام يا رب البلد الحرام يا رب الركن والمقام يا رب المشعر الحرام يا رب المسجد الحرام يا رب الحل والحرام يا رب النور والظلام يا رب التحية والسلام يا رب القدرة في الأنام سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا أحكم الحاكمين يا أعدل العادلين يا أصدق الصادقين يا أطهر الطاهرين يا أحسن الخالقين يا أسرع الحاسبين يا أسمع السامعين يا أبصر الناظرين يا أشفع الشافعين يا أكرم الأكرمين سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا عماد من لا عماد له يا سند من لا سند له يا ذخر من لا ذخر له يا حرز من لا حرز له يا غياث من لا غياث له يا فخر من لا فخر له يا عز من لا عز له يا معين من لا معين له يا أنيس من لا أنيس له يا أمان من لا إيمان له سبحانك يا لا إله اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا عاصم يا قائم يا دائم يا راحم يا سالم يا حاكم يا عالم يا قاسم يا قابض يا باسط سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا عاصم من استصعمه يا راحم من استرحمه يا غافر من استغفره يا ناصر من استنصره يا حافظ من استحفظه يا مكرم من استكرمه يا مرشد من استرشده يا صريخ من استصرخه يا معين من استعانه يا مغيث من استغاث سبحانك يا لا إله إلا يا عزيزا لا يضام يا لطيفا لا يرام يا قيوما لا ينام يا دائما لا يفوت يا حيا لا يموت يا ملكا لا يزول
يا باقيا لا يفناه، يا عالما لا يجهل، يا صمدا لا يطعم، يا قويا لا يضعف. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا أحد يا واحد، يا شاهد يا ماجد، يا حامد يا راشد، يا باعث يا وارث، يا ضار يا نافع. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث. يا أعظم من كل عظيم، يا أكرم من كل كريم، يا أرحم من كل رحيم، يا أعلم من كل عليم، يا أحكم من كل حكيم، يا أقدم من كل قديم، يا أكبر من كل كبير، يا ألطف من كل لطيف، يا أجل من كل جليل، يا أعز من كل عزيز. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. يا كريم الصفح، يا عظيم المن، يا كثير الخير، يا قديم الفضل، يا دائم اللطف، يا لطيف الصنع، يا منفس الكرب، يا كاشف الضر، يا مالك الملك، يا قاضي الحق. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. يا من هو في عهده وفي، يا من هو في وفائه قوي، يا من هو في قوته علي، يا من هو في علوه قريب، يا من هو في قربه لطيف، يا من هو في لطفه شريف، يا من هو في شرفه عزيز، يا من هو في عزه عظيم، يا من هو في عظمته مجيد، يا من هو في مجده حميد. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا كافي يا شافي، يا وافي يا معافي، يا هادي يا داعي، يا قاضي يا راضي، يا عالي يا باقي. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت غوث. يا من كل شيء خاضع له، يا من كل شيء خاشع له، يا من كل شيء كائن له، يا من كل شيء موجود به، يا من كل شيء منيب إليه، يا من كل شيء خائف منه، يا من كل شيء قائم به، يا من كل شيء صائر إليه، يا من كل شيء يسبح بحمده، يا من كل شيء هالك إلا وجهه. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث. خلصنا يا من لا مفر إلا إليه، يا من لا مفزع إلا إليه، يا من لا مقصد إلا إليه، يا من لا منجى منه إلا إليه. يا من لا يرغب إلا إليه، يا من لا حول ولا قوة إلا به، يا من لا يستعان إلا به، يا من لا يتوكل إلا عليه، يا من لا يرجى إلا هو، يا من لا يعبد إلا هو. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث، يا خير المرغوبين، يا خير المرغوبين، يا خير المطلوبين، يا خير المسؤولين، يا خير المقصودين، يا خير المذكورين، يا خير المشكورين، يا خير المحبوبين، يا خير المدعوين، يا خير المستأنسين. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا غافر يا ساتر يا قادر يا قاهر يا فاطر يا كاسر يا جابر يا ذاكر يا ناظر يا ناصر. سبحانك يا
يا من خلق فسوى، يا من قدر فهدى، يا من يكشف البلوى، يا من يسمع النجوى، يا من ينقذ الغرقى، يا من ينجي الهلكى، يا من يشفي المرضى، يا من أضحك وأبكى، يا من أمات وأحيا، يا من خلق الزوجين الذكر والأنثى. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث. يا من في البر والبحر سبيله، يا من في الآفاق آياته، يا من في الآيات برهانه، يا من في الممات قدرته، يا من في القبور عبرته، يا من في القيامة ملكه، يا من في الحساب هيبته، يا من في الميزان قضاء، يا من في الجنة ثوابه، يا من في النار عقابه. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. يا من إليه يهرب الخائفون، يا من إليه يفزع المذنبون، يا من إليه يقصد المنيبون، يا من إليه يرغب الزاهدون، يا من إليه يلجأ المتحيرون، يا من به يستأنس المريدون، يا من به يفتخر المحبون، يا من في أفه يطمع الخاطئون، يا من إليه يسكن الموقنون، يا من عليه يتوكل المتوكلون. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا حبيب يا طبيب يا قريب يا رقيب يا حسيب يا مهيب يا مطيب يا مجيب يا خبير يا بصير سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا أقرب من كل قريب يا حب من كل حبيب يا أبصر من كل بصير يا أخبر من كل خبير يا أشرف من كل شريف يا أرفع من كل رفيع يا أقوم من كل قوي يا أغنى من كل غني يا أجود من كل جواد يا رفع من كل رؤوف سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب يا غالب الغير مغلوب يا صانع الغير مسنوع يا خالق الغير مخلوق يا مالك الغير مملوك يا قاهر الغير مقهور يا رافع الغير مرفوع يا حافظ الغير محفوظ يا ناصر الغير منصور يا شاهد الغير غائب يا قريب الغير بعيد سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا نور النور يا منور النور يا خالق النور يا مدبر النور يا مقدر النور يا نور كل نور يا نورا قبل كل نور يا نورا بعد كل نور يا نورا فوق كل نور يا نورا ليس كمثله نور سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا من عطاه الشريف يا من فعله لطيف يا من لطفه مقيم يا من إحسانه قديم يا من قوله حق يا من وعده صدق يا من عفوه فاض يا من عذابه عاد يا من ذكره حول يا من فضله عميم سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مسهل يا مفصل يا مبدل يا مضلل يا منزل يا منول يا مفضل يا مجزل يا ممهل يا مجمل سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا من يرى ولا يرى يا من يخلق ولا يخلق يا من يهدي ولا يهدى يا من يحيي ولا يحيى يا من يسأل ولا يسأل يا من يطعم ولا يطعم يا من يجير ولا يجار عليه يا من يقضي ولا يقضى عليه يا من يحكم ولا يحكم عليه يا من لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث يا نعم الحسيب يا نعم الطبيب يا نعم الرقيب يا نعم القريب يا نعم المجيب يا نعم الحبيب يا نعم الكفيل يا نعم الوكيل يا نعم المولى يا نعم النصير سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا سرور العارفين غيث المريدين يا حبيب التوابين يا رازق المقلين يا رجاء المذنبين يا قرة عين العابدين يا منفس عن المكروبين يا مفرج عن المغمومين يا إله الأولين والآخرين سبحانك يا لا اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا ربنا يا إلهنا يا سيدنا يا مولانا يا ناصرنا يا حافظنا يا دليلنا يا معيننا يا حبيبنا يا طبيبنا سبحانك يا لا يا رب النبيين والأبرار يا رب الصديقين والأخيار يا رب الجنة والنار يا رب الصغار والكبار يا رب الحبوب والثمار يا رب الأنهار والأشجار يا رب السحار والقفار يا رب البراري والبحار يا رب الليل والنهار يا رب الإعلان والإسرار سبحانك يا لا خلصنا من النار يا من نفذ في كل شيء أمره يا من لاحق بكل شيء علمه يا من بلغت إلى كل شيء قدرته يا من لا يحسن عباده نعمه يا من لا تبلغ الخلائق شكرا يا من لا تدرك الأفهام جلاله يا من لا تنال أوهامكم يا من العظمة والكبرياء رداء يا من لا يرد العباد قضاء يا من لا ملك إلا ملكه يا من لا عطاء إلا عطاء سبحانك يا لا يا من له المثل الأعلى يا من له الصفات العليا يا من له الآخرة والأولى يا من له الجنة المأوى يا من له الآيات الكبرى يا من له الأسماء الحسنى يا من له الحكم والقضاء يا من له الهواء والفضاء يا من له الأرش والثرى يا من له السماوات العلى سبحانك يا لا اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا عفو يا غفور يا صبور يا شكور يا رؤوف يا عطوف يا مسؤول يا ودود يا صبوح يا قدوس سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا من في السماء عظمته يا من في الأرض آياته يا من في كل شيء دلائله يا من في البحار عجائبه يا من في الجبال خزائنه يا من يبدأ الخلق ثم يعيده يا من عليه يرجع الأمر كله يا من أظهر في كل شيء لطفا يا من أحسن كل شيء خلقا يا من تصرف في الخلائق قدرته سبحانك يا لا يا حبيب من لا حبيب له، يا طبيب من لا طبيب له، يا مجيب من لا مجيب له، يا شفيق من لا شفيق له، يا رفيق من لا رفيق له، يا مغيث من لا مغيث له، يا دليل من لا دليل دليل له، يا أنيس من لا أنيس له، يا راحم من لا راحم له، يا صاحب من لا صاحب له. سبحانك يا لا يا كافي من استكفى، يا هادي من استهدى، يا كالي من استكلى، يا راعي من استرعى، يا شافي من استشفى، يا قاضي من استقضى، يا مغني من استغنى، يا موفي من استوفى، يا مقوي من استقوى، يا ولي من استولى. سبحانك يا لا
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا خالق يا رازق يا ناطق يا صادق يا فالق يا فارق يا فاتق يا راتق يا سابق يا سابق. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث. يا من يقلب الليل والنهار، يا من جعل الظلمات والأنوار، يا من خلق الظل والحرور، يا من سخر الشمس والقمر، يا من قدر الخير والشر، يا من خلق الموت والحياة، يا من له الخلق والأمر، يا من لم يتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا، يا من ليس له شريك في الملك، يا من لم يكن له ولي من الذل. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. يا من يعلم مراد المريدين، يا من يعلم ضمير الصامتين، يا من يسمع أنين الواهنين، يا من يرى بكاء الخائفين، يا من يملك حوائج السائلين، يا من يقبل عذر التائبين، يا من لا يصلح عمل المفسدين، يا من لا يضيع أجر المحسنين، يا من لا يبعد عن قلوب العارفين، يا أجود الأجودين. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. يا دائم البقاء يا سامع الدعاء، يا واسع العطاء يا غافر الخطاء، يا بديع السماء يا حسن البلاء، يا جميل الثناء يا قديم السناء، يا كثير الوفاء يا شريف الجزاء. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا ستار يا غفار يا قهار يا جبار يا صبار يا بار يا مختار يا فتاح يا نفاح يا مرتاح. من خلقني وسواني يا من رزقني ورباني يا من أطعمني وسقاني يا من قربني وأدناني يا من عصمني وكفاني يا من حفظني وكلاني يا من أعزني وأغناني يا من وفقني وهداني يا من آنسني وآواني يا من أماتني وأحياني سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا من يحق الحق بكلماته يا من يقبل التوبة عن عباده يا من يحول بين المرء وقلبه يا من لا تنفع الشفاعة إلا بإذنه يا من هو أعلم بمن ضل عن سبيله يا من لا معقب لحكمه يا من لا راد لقضائه يا من انقاد كل شيء لأمره يا من السماوات مطويات بيمينه يا من يرسل الرياح بشرى بين يدي رحمته سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا من جعل الأرض مهادا يا من جعل الجبال أوتادا يا من جعل الشمس سراجا يا من جعل القمر نورا يا من جعل الليل لباسا يا من جعل النهار معاشا يا من جعل النوم سباتا يا من جعل السماء بناء يا من جعل الأشياء أزواجا يا من جعل النار مرصادا سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا سميع يا شفيع يا رفيع يا منيع يا سريع يا بديع يا كبير يا قدير يا خبير يا مجير سبحانك يا لا يا حيا قبل كل حي يا حيا بعد كل حي يا حي الذي ليس كمثله حي يا حي الذي لا يشاركه حي يا حي الذي لا يحتاج إلى حي يا حي الذي يميت كل حي يا حي الذي يرزق كل حي يا حيا لم يرد يا حيا لم يرث الحياة من حي يا حي الذي يحيي الموتى يا حي يا قيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا من له ذكر لا ينسى يا من له نور لا يطفى يا من له نعم لا تعاد يا من له ملك لا يزول يا من له ثناء لا يحصى يا من له جلال لا يكيف يا من له كمال لا يدرك يا من له قضاء لا يراد يا من له صفات لا تبدل يا من له نعوت لا تغير سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا رب العالمين يا مالك يوم الدين يا غاية الطالبين يا ظهر اللاجين يا يا مدرك الهاربين، يا من يحب الصابرين، يا من يحب التوابين، يا من يحب المتطهرين، يا من يحب المحسنين، يا من هو أعلم بالمهتدين. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا شفيق يا رفيق يا حفيظ يا محيط يا مقيت يا مغيث يا معز يا مذل يا مبدئ يا معيد. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. يا من هو أحد بلا ضد، يا من هو فرد بلا ند، يا من هو صمد بلا عين، يا من هو وتر بلا كيف، يا من هو قاض بلا حيف، يا من هو رب بلا وزير، يا من هو عزيز بلا ذر، يا من هو غني بلا فقر، يا من هو ملك بلا عاد، يا من هو موصوف بلا شبيه. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث. يا من ذكره شرف للذاكرين، يا من شكره فوز للشاكرين، يا من حمده عز للحامدين، يا من طاعته نجاة للمطيعين، يا من بابه مفتوح للطالبين، يا من سبيله واضح للمنيبين، يا من آياته برهان للناظرين، يا من كتابه تذكرة للمتقين، يا من رزقه عموم للطائعين والعاصين، يا من رحمته قريب من المحسنين. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا يا من تبارك اسمه، يا من تعالى جده، يا من لا إله غيره، يا من جل ثناؤه، يا من تقدست أسماؤه، يا من يدوم بقاؤه، يا من العظمة بهاؤه، يا من الكبرياء رداؤه، يا من لا تحصى آلاؤه، يا من لا تعد نعماؤه. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا معين يا أمين يا مبين يا متين يا مكين يا رشيد يا حميد يا مجيد يا شديد يا شهيد. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. يا ذا العرش المجيد، يا ذا القول السديد، يا ذا الفعل الرشيد، يا ذا البطش الشديد، يا ذا الوعد والوعيد، يا من هو الولي الحميد، يا من هو فعال لما يريد، يا من هو قريب غير بعيد، يا من هو على كل شيء شهيد، يا من هو ليس بظلام للعبيد. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. يا من لا شريك له ولا وزير، يا من لا شبيه له ولا نظير، يا خالق الشمس والقمر المنير، يا مغني البائس الفقير، يا رازق الطفل الصغير، يا راحم الشيخ الكبير، يا جابر العظم الكبير، يا عصمة الخائف المستجير، يا من هو بعباده خبير بصير، يا من هو على كل شيء قدير. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. يا ذا الجود والنعام، يا ذا الفضل والكرام، يا خالق اللوح والقلم، يا بارئ الذر والنسام، يا ذا البأس والنقام، يا ملهم العرب والعجم، يا كاشف الضر والألام، يا عالم السر والهمام، يا رب البيت والحرام، يا من خلق الأشياء من العدم. سبحانك
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا فاعل يا جاعل يا قابل يا كامل يا فاصل يا واصل يا عادل يا غالب يا طالب يا واهب. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث، يا من أنعم بطوله، يا من أكرم بجوده، يا من جاد بلطفه، يا من تعزز بقدرته، يا من قدر بحكمته، يا من حكم بتدبيره، يا من دبر بعلمه، يا من تجاوز بحلمه، يا من دنا في علوه، يا من علا في دنوه. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث، يا من يخلق ما يشاء، يا من يفعل ما يشاء، يا من يهدي من يشاء، يا من يضل من يشاء، يا من يعذب من يشاء، يا من يغفر لمن يشاء، يا من يعز من يشاء، يا من يذل من يشاء، يا من يصور في الأرحام ما يشاء، يا من يختص برحمته من يشاء. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا من لم يتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا، يا من جعل لكل شيء قدرا، يا من لا يشرك في حكمه أحدا، يا من جعل الملائكة رسلا، يا من جعل في السماء بروجا، يا من جعل الأرض قرارا، يا من خلق من الماء بشرا، يا من جعل لكل شيء أمدا، يا من أحاط بكل شيء علما، يا من أحصى كل شيء عددا. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا أول يا آخر يا ظاهر يا باطن يا بر يا حق يا فرد يا وتر يا صمد يا سرمد سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا خير معروف عرف يا أفضل معبود عبد يا أجل مشكور شكر يا أعز مذكور ذكر يا أعلى محمود حمد يا أقدم موجود طلب يا أرفع موصوف وصف يا أكبر مقصود قصد يا أكرم مسؤول سئل يا أشرف محبوب علم سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من يا حبيب الباكين يا سيد المتوكلين يا هادي المضلين يا ولي المؤمنين يا أنيس الذاكرين يا مفزع الملهوفين يا منجي الصادقين يا أقدر القادرين يا أعلم العالمين يا إله الخلق أجمعين سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا من على فقهر يا من ملك فقدر يا من بطن فخبر يا من عبد فشكر يا من عصي فغفر يا من لا تحويه الفكر يا من لا يدرك بصر يا من لا يخفي عليه أثر يا رازق البشر يا مقدر كل قدر سبحانك يا لا اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا حافظ يا بارئ يا ذارئ يا باذخ يا فارج يا فاتح يا كاشف يا ضامن يا آمر يا ناهي سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا من لا يعلم الغيب إلا هو يا من لا يصرف السوء إلا هو يا من لا يخلق الخلق إلا هو يا من لا يغفر الذنب إلا هو يا من لا يتم النعمة إلا هو يا من لا يقلب القلوب إلا هو يا من لا يدبر الأمر إلا هو يا من لا ينزل الغيث إلا هو يا من لا يبسط الرزق إلا هو يا من لا يحيي الموتى إلا هو سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت
يا ماعن الضعفاء يا صاحب الغرباء يا ناصر الأولياء يا قاهر الأعداء يا رافع السماء يا آنس الأصفياء يا حابب الأتقياء يا كنز الفقراء يا إله الأغنياء يا أكرم القرناء سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت يا كافيا من كل شيء يا قائما على كل شيء يا من لا يشبهه شيء يا من لا يزيد في ملكه شيء يا من لا يخفى عليه شيء يا من لا ينقص من خزائنه شيء يا من ليس كمثله شيء يا من لا يعزب عن علمه شيء يا من هو غبير بكل شيء يا من وسعت رحمته كل شيء سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مكرم يا مطعم يا منعم يا معطي يا مغني يا مقني يا مقني يا محيي يا مرضي يا منجي سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلصنا من النار يا أول كل شيء وآخرة يا إله كل شيء ومالكه يا رب كل شيء وصانعه يا بريا كل شيء وخالقه يا قابض كل شيء وباسطه يا مبدئ كل شيء ومعيدا يا منشئ كل شيء ومقدرا يا مكون كل شيء ومحولا يا محيي كل شيء ومميتا يا خالق كل شيء ووارثا سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث يا خير ذاكر ومذكور يا خير شاكر ومشكور يا خير حامد ومحمود يا خير شاهد ومشهود يا خير داع ومدعو يا خير مجيب ومجاب يا خير مؤنس وأنيس يا خير صاحب وجليس يا خير مقصود ومطلوب يا خير حبيب ومحبوب سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث يا من هو لمن دعه مبيب يا من هو لمن أطاعته هبيب يا من هو إلى من أحبه قريب يا من هو بمن استحفظه رقيب يا من هو بمن رجاه كريم يا من هو بمن نصاه هليم يا من هو في عظمته رهيم يا من هو في حكمته عظيم يا من هو في إحسانه قديم يا من هو بمن أراده عليم سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مسبب يا مرغب يا مقلب يا معقب يا مرتب يا مخوف يا محذر يا مذكر يا مسخر يا مغير سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث خلص من علمه سابق، يا من وعده صادق، يا من لطفه ظاهر، يا من أمره غالب، يا من كتابه محكم، يا من قضاء كين، يا من قرآنه مجيد، يا من ملكه قديم، يا من فضله عميم، يا من عرشه عظيم. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث، يا من لا يشغله سمع أسماء، يا من لا يمنعه فعل عن فعل، يا من لا يلهيه قول عن قول، يا من لا يغلطه سؤال عن سؤال، يا من لا يحجبه شيء عن شيء، يا من لا يبرمه إلهه الملحين، يا من هو غاية مراد المريدين، يا من هو منتهى همام العارفين، يا من هو منتهى طلب الطالبين، يا من لا يخفى عليه ذرة في العالمين. يا حليما لا يعجل، يا جوادا لا يبخل، يا صادقا لا يخلف، يا وهابا لا يمل، يا قاهرا لا يغلب، يا عظيما لا يوصف، يا عدلا لا يهيف، يا غنيا لا يفتقر، يا كبيرا لا يصغر، يا هفيرا لا يغفل. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب. صل على محمد وآل محمد.